Hello there, welcome to Nighttime Stories. I hope you've had a wonderful day. Was it amazing or just okay? Drop a rating from 1 to 10 in the comments. Now it's time to unwind. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. Before you get cozy, I'd love for you to like this video and subscribe. It helps bring more bedtime stories your way. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and let's begin. I never considered myself the paranoid type. I had always been careful. Sure, I locked my doors, kept my head up when walking alone, and never lingered too long in parking lots at night, but I never truly felt unsafe. Until that night. It was a Wednesday, and I had stopped at a shopping center after work. I needed a few things: groceries, some toiletries, nothing major. The place was one of those sprawling retail plazas, the kind where the stores were arranged in a horseshoe around a massive open parking lot. By the time I finished shopping, it was almost 9:30 p.m. Most of the stores were still open, but the lot had thinned out, a few cars here and there scattered under the tall, humming streetlights. Mine was parked near the back, close to a faded yellow curb that separated the main parking area from an older, overgrown lot that had been fenced off years ago. I walked toward my car, juggling my bags, already thinking about getting home and kicking off my shoes, but then I saw it. A small piece of folded paper, tucked neatly under my windshield wiper. I hesitated, balancing the bags in one arm as I reached for it. I figured it was a flyer, maybe a coupon from one of the stores, some advertising junk. But when I unfolded it, I felt my stomach drop. You were almost mine. 5 words. Nothing else. No signature, no explanation. My pulse slowed to a crawl, then sped up all at once. I whipped my head around, scanning the parking lot. A few cars, a couple getting into their SUV near the entrance of a department store. No one nearby. At least no one that I could see. A tight, suffocating pressure settled in my chest. I glanced down at the note again, my fingers gripping the edges of the paper, creasing it slightly. What the hell was this? A joke? Some sick attempt at messing with a random stranger? I shoved the note into my pocket, my hands suddenly clammy. Then I unlocked my car, threw my bags into the passenger seat, and got inside. The second I shut the door, I locked it. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel, trying to shake the uneasy feeling crawling up my spine. I took a deep breath, calmed down. Then I did something I never usually did. I checked my dash cam footage. The camera had been running the whole time I was inside the store. I barely ever checked it, but I had bought it for a reason, just in case. The footage loaded on my phone, a grainy but clear view of the front of my car. For the first few minutes, nothing happened. The screen just showed the empty parking lot, the faint glow of the streetlights reflecting off my windshield. Then at 9:17 p.m., movement. A figure stepped into view. My breath caught in my throat. It was a man. He wasn't walking past like a normal person would. He lingered, standing near my car, just barely out of the camera's direct view, for a full 15 minutes. He never walked away, never moved to another car. Just stood there, watching. I felt like my body had been dunked in ice water. I paused the footage, my finger hovering over the screen. He was blurry far enough from the camera that his features weren't clear, but I could see enough. Dark pants, a hoodie pulled up shadowing his face, and his posture. Something about it was wrong. Not relaxed, not casual, stiff, intentional. Like he was waiting. I pressed play. At 9:32 p.m. he moved. He stepped toward my car, closer than before. I could see the slight movement of his arm. He was placing the note. Then, without hesitation, he turned and walked off. He didn't run, didn't hesitate. Just vanished into the dark edges of the parking lot. I had always thought of stalking as something that happened to other people. Something you heard about in crime stories, something that happened to women who had public social media accounts or exes who couldn't let go. But this was different. This wasn't someone I knew. This was a random man in a parking lot, and that was somehow worse. I sat in my car for what felt like forever, gripping my phone so hard my knuckles turned white. Then I made a decision. I wasn't going home. Not yet. I was going to the police station. The station was a 15-minute drive from the shopping center. I barely remembered getting there. My mind kept replaying the footage, those still moments where he just stood there, waiting. I parked and walked inside, trying to keep my breathing steady. The officer at the front desk looked up as I approached. He was in his 40s, stocky, with tired eyes, and a coffee cup that looked permanently attached to his hand. "Can I help you?" I took the note out of my pocket, unfolding it carefully before sliding it across the counter. His expression didn't change, but his eyes flicked across the words. Then I placed my phone down and played the footage. His face did change then. He straightened slightly, setting his coffee down. "You said this happened tonight." I nodded. "About an hour ago. I found the note when I got back to my car." He frowned, staring at the screen as the hooded man stood there, motionless. He rewound the footage, watched it again. Then he looked at me. "You ever seen this guy before?" "No," I said. "Never." He didn't respond right away. Instead, he grabbed a notepad and pen. "Okay," he said, "I'm going to need you to fill out a statement, and I'll need a copy of the footage." I nodded, still feeling like this wasn't really happening. But it was. The note was real. The man was real. And now the police were involved. As I filled out the statement, I heard the officer speaking quietly to another cop behind the desk. I only caught a few words. Shopping center. Suspicious activity. Not the first time. That made my stomach turn. I looked up. "Has this happened before?" The officer hesitated, then finally he sighed. "Similar reports, yeah," he admitted. "Not exactly the same, but..." He gestured at the note. "Enough to take it seriously." My hands went cold. "So what do I do?" I asked. The officer exhaled through his nose. "For now, be careful. Change up your routine. Don't park in that lot alone at night. And if you see anything or anyone suspicious..." His eyes met mine. "Call us, immediately." I swallowed hard, nodding. I left the station feeling worse than when I arrived. Because this wasn't just some random incident. This had happened before, and I had a sick feeling it was going to happen again. I couldn't even sleep that night. Even though I had locked every door and checked the windows twice, I still lay in bed, wide awake, staring at the dark ceiling. Every little sound outside made my skin crawl. A car passing by, the creak of my apartment settling it all set my nerves on edge. I kept picturing the man from the footage, the way he just stood there, unmoving, how he wasn't in a rush, how he acted like he had all the time in the world. And the note. "You were almost mine." The words replayed over and over in my head until I finally drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, I checked my phone before even getting out of bed. There was an email from the officer I spoke to last night. He had attached a report number and confirmed that they were reviewing my dashcam footage. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. I kept thinking about what the officer had said at the station. Similar reports. I sat up slowly, rubbing my face. I knew I wasn't going to be able to focus on anything until I had more information. So, I started searching. I pulled out my laptop and opened a few local news sites. At first, I didn't find much. A couple of vague crime reports about thefts in the area, nothing that matched what had happened to me. Then, I tried something different. I typed in, "shopping center parking lot suspicious activity," and that's when I found it. An old Reddit post from 6 months ago. It was buried in a thread about weird encounters, posted by some user whose name had been deleted. The title made my stomach tighten. "Strange man in parking lot note left on my car." I clicked on it. The post was short. I was leaving a grocery store late at night. When I got to my car, there was a note on my windshield. It just said, "I see you." I thought it was a joke, but when I checked my dash cam, I saw a guy standing near my car. He never moved. He just stood there for almost 20 minutes, watching it. The police didn't do much, just said I should be careful. Has anyone else had this happen? There were only a few replies. Some people called it a prank. Others said it could have been an attempted robbery. But one comment stood out. "Happened to me too," except my note said, "next time." I closed my laptop. My hands felt cold. This wasn't just a one-time thing. I decided I wasn't going to sit around and wait for something else to happen. I drove back to the shopping center that afternoon, pulling into a different area of the lot than where I had parked the night before. The bright sunlight made the whole thing feel less terrifying, but I still couldn't shake the unease in my chest. I sat in my car for a few minutes, just watching. People came and went, pushing carts, loading their trunks, checking their phones as they walked. Nothing suspicious. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then I spotted a security guard near the entrance of the grocery store. I took a breath and got out of the car. The guard was standing near a set of carts, a coffee in one hand. He looked to be in his late 40s, a little overweight, with a name tag that read Henderson. I approached, trying to sound casual. "Hey, excuse me," I said. He turned, giving me a polite nod. "Need help with something?" I hesitated. Actually, yeah, I had something weird happen here last night. His expression didn't change, but I noticed his posture shift slightly. "What kind of weird?" he asked. I pulled out my phone and showed him a picture of the note. Henderson exhaled through his nose, his lips pressing into a thin line. "Yeah," he muttered, "that's not the first time." I felt my stomach drop. "So, you've seen this before?" He nodded, taking a sip of coffee. "We've had a few people report stuff like this, usually notes left on windshields, no real pattern. Some customers say they notice someone watching them, but by the time we check the cameras, he's gone." I swallowed. "He?" Henderson looked at me. "We think it's the same guy. Security footage always shows someone lurking around, never too close, always out of focus. We report it when we can, but unless he actually does something, there's not much we can do." I glanced around the parking lot. "So, what am I supposed to do?" He sighed. "Be careful. Don't come here alone at night, and if you see anything, report it immediately." That wasn't as reassuring as I had hoped. I thanked him and walked back to my car, feeling no better than before. As I pulled out of the lot, I checked my rear-view mirror. For just a split second, I thought I saw someone standing near the tree line, just beyond the fence of the old abandoned lot. I blinked, and he was gone. That night, I locked every door in my apartment twice. I even left a light on in the hallway, something I hadn't done since I was a kid. I tried to distract myself with television, scrolling through my phone, anything to push the thought of that note out of my mind. It didn't work. At 11:47 p.m., my phone buzzed. I grabbed it immediately, expecting an email from the police, or maybe Chris checking in. But it was a text. From an unknown number. 3 words. "Did you like it?" A chill ran down my spine. I sat up straight, my breath catching in my throat. Before I could even process what was happening, another message came through. "You looked right at me today." My fingers shook as I hit the call button, dialing 911 without even thinking. The dispatcher answered immediately. "What's your emergency?" I tried to steady my voice. 2 was at the police station earlier. I reported a note left on my car. Someone just texted me about it. I think they're watching me. She asked for my name and address. I gave it to her. Then, as I was speaking, another message popped up on my screen. It was a picture. A photo of me, taken from inside my car. The timestamp, from earlier that afternoon when I was sitting in the parking lot. I felt like I couldn't breathe. The dispatcher's voice pulled me back. "Are you somewhere safe?" I swallowed hard, forcing myself to speak. "2, think so. We're sending an officer to your location now. Stay inside. Keep the doors locked." I nodded, gripping my phone like a lifeline. I didn't move until I heard the sirens in the distance. Still, I had the sinking feeling that no matter how many locks I checked, it wouldn't be enough. The officer who showed up at my apartment was younger than I expected, maybe late 20s, early 30s. His name tag read Martinez, and his expression was neutral, but his eyes were sharp. He scanned the hallway behind me before stepping inside, as if checking to make sure I was actually alone. I didn't waste time. I pulled out my phone and handed it to him, showing the texts and the picture. He scrolled through them silently, his brow furrowing deeper the more he read. "You're sure you don't know this number?" he asked. I shook my head. I tried calling it, but it doesn't ring. Just goes straight to a dead line. Martinez exhaled, rubbing a hand over his jaw. That usually means a burner phone, either prepaid or an app-generated number. I clenched my fists. So that means they planned this, right? His lips pressed into a thin line. It means they don't want to be traced. That didn't make me feel any better. He handed my phone back. "Do you have security cameras in your building?" "No," I admitted. "Just a buzzer at the front entrance." He nodded, pulling out a small notepad. "Any idea how they got the picture of you?" I shook my head. I didn't see anyone. I was in my car, parked near the shopping center, just watching the lot. Martinez frowned. So they had to be close, probably inside another car. I swallowed hard, but I looked around. I didn't see anyone. That's the thing about people who do this. He tapped his pen against the notepad, thinking. They're careful. They make sure you don't see them. A wave of nausea rolled through me. "Did you notice the same cars near you when you were parked?" he continued. "Any vehicles that didn't seem to move for a long time?" I tried to think back. The more I replayed the moment in my head, the more I realized how much I hadn't been paying attention. I had been so focused on watching the store entrance, looking for someone suspicious on foot, that I never thought to check the parked cars. Martinez seemed to read my expression. "It's okay if you don't remember now. If you go back there, keep an eye out. People like this, they don't usually stop after one message." A cold weight settled in my stomach. So what do I do? He sighed. "I'm going to file a report and add your number to a list in case anything else comes up related to this." He met my eyes. "But I won't lie to you. Unless this person actually makes a direct threat or tries to approach you, there's not a lot we can do." I exhaled slowly, trying to push down my frustration. "So that's it?" "For now, yeah." He hesitated. "If it makes you feel safer, you could stay somewhere else for a few nights. Friend's place, family." I thought about it. Then I thought about Devon, about how he had disappeared after the trip to the mountains, about how sometimes leaving didn't mean you actually got away. I shook my head. "I'm not running from this. Not yet." Martinez studied me for a moment, then nodded. "Then just be careful, and if anything happens, again anything, you call us. Immediately." I promised I would, even though I had the sinking feeling it wouldn't be that easy. I didn't go into work the next day. I told my boss I wasn't feeling well, but really, I couldn't focus on anything else. I kept checking my phone, expecting another message, another picture. But nothing came. By afternoon, I felt restless. I kept thinking about what Martinez had said, how people like this were careful, how they didn't want to be seen. And that made me wonder. Had they followed me before? Had they been watching me for longer than I realized? I decided to retrace my steps. I drove back to the shopping center, this time in broad daylight. The parking lot was busy, cars weaving in and out, people moving quickly in and out of stores. I pulled into a spot near where I had parked that night. but not the exact same one. Then I sat in my car watching, just like before. The difference was, this time, I wasn't looking for people walking. I was looking at the cars. A few minutes passed. Then I noticed it. A black sedan 2 rows ahead of me, facing my direction. It wasn't doing anything suspicious, but it hadn't moved. Not once. The driver was inside, but their windows were tinted just enough that I couldn't make out their face. I turned slightly, pretending to check my phone, but really, I was watching their side mirror. They weren't just sitting there. They were watching me. My chest tightened. I forced myself to breathe, to think clearly. This was it. This was my chance to get proof. I reached for my phone and opened my camera, pretending to scroll. Then I pressed record. I turned slightly, making sure the screen was angled toward the car. I stayed like that for 5 minutes, and the sedan never moved. I was sure now. They weren't waiting for someone. They were waiting for me. I took one last deep breath and, without hesitation, I stepped out of my car. The moment I did, the sedan's engine started. I froze. It reversed out of the spot so quickly that the tires screeched against the pavement. I barely had time to react before it pulled onto the main road, speeding away. By the time I got back into my car and tried to follow, it was already gone. But I had it on camera. I pulled into a different parking lot and called Martinez immediately. "I saw them," I said, as soon as he answered. "They were watching me." His tone sharpened. "Where?" I explained what had happened. Then I sent him the footage. I could hear him clicking on his keyboard, pulling it up. A long pause. Then he sighed. Plates are covered. Figures. I gripped the wheel, frustration boiling in my chest. "But it's something, right?" "It's something," he admitted. "I'll send this to the team. See if we can match it with any other cases." I hesitated before asking the next question. "Do you think they'll try again?" Martinez was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "I don't know, but listen, these people, they don't like attention. They like to stay in the dark. If they think you're onto them, it might scare them off." Might. I swallowed hard. "Either way," he continued, "keep your guard up, and if you see that car again, I call you." Immediately. I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. "Stay safe," he said. Then the line went dead. I sat there for a long time, gripping my phone. There was no way of knowing if I had scared them off, or if I had just pushed them further into the dark. Still to this day, I don't know who they were or what they wanted. But I do know one thing. I will never park in that lot alone again. And if I ever see that black sedan again, I am not sticking around to find out what happens next. I first noticed him about a month ago. There's a bus stop near the intersection by my apartment, just before I turn onto the main road for work. It's nothing special, just a faded metal bench under a scratched-up shelter, one of those places that feels like no one actually uses it. But he's always there. Every morning at exactly 7:15 a.m. I drive past, and he's standing under the shelter. Same posture, same spot. and he always waves at me. At first I found it funny, a little weird, sure, but not in a way that set off alarms in my head. I'd be sipping my coffee, barely awake, and then out of the corner of my eye a hand lifted in a slow, deliberate wave. Not overly friendly, not enthusiastic. Just acknowledging me, like he knew I'd be there. The first time, I didn't wave back. It caught me off guard. But the next morning, when he did it again, I raised a hand briefly, more out of politeness than anything else. I don't know why I assumed he was waiting for a bus. I never actually saw him get on one. But then again, I never saw him leave either. After a couple of weeks, it became routine. Every morning I'd drive past and he'd wave. Some mornings I'd wave back. Some mornings I wouldn't. It didn't seem to matter to him. He did it anyway. I told a coworker about it one day during lunch, half laughing as I described the guy. It's kind of funny, right? It's like having a real-life NPC. She raised an eyebrow. Every morning? Every morning, I confirmed. Maybe he's just lonely. Maybe, I said, even though something about that didn't sit right with me. He didn't look lonely. He looked like he was waiting. Last week, I finally got a better look at him. I had left a little later than usual, running behind after searching for my keys, and as I pulled up to the intersection, I had to stop at a red light. For the first time, I was actually sitting there in clear view of him, instead of just driving past. He was standing in his usual spot under the shelter, right at the edge of the sidewalk. And for the first time, I really saw him. His clothes were always the same black pants, dark gray zip-up hoodie, hands tucked into the pockets. I had assumed he was young, maybe mid-30s, but up close it was hard to tell. His face was off. Not in an unnatural way, not in a way you'd immediately notice. But his features were vague, blurry in a way that made it impossible to guess his age. And he was already looking at me. His arm lifted, slow, deliberate. He waved. Something about it sent a weird, prickling feeling up my spine. Like it wasn't just a friendly gesture. Like it was a confirmation. I didn't wave back that time. The light turned green, and I drove off, gripping the steering wheel a little too tight. That was the first time I felt genuinely uneasy. Not scared exactly, but uneasy. I tried to brush it off, but the next morning I felt myself tensing as I approached the intersection. And sure enough, he was there. Same spot. Same wave. Like yesterday didn't matter. Like nothing changed. That night, I sat in my apartment, replaying the moment in my head. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe he worked somewhere nearby. Maybe he was waiting for a ride, or just liked standing there for some reason. But that wasn't what bothered me. What bothered me was how he never seemed to change. Same clothes, same posture, same wave. Like a loop. Then last night I found the photo. I wasn't looking for it. I was just scrolling through my phone, clearing out old pictures when I paused on one from 3 years ago. It was from a weekend trip I took with some friends. We had stopped at a small cafe on the way to the mountains, and I had taken a picture out the window while waiting for my coffee. I don't even remember taking it. Just a random shot of the street, some cars, a few people walking, and him. standing near a bus stop in the background, wearing the exact same clothes, same posture, and looking directly at the camera. I felt something cold crawl up my spine. I zoomed in, my fingers shaking. It was blurry, but it was him. 3 years ago, in a completely different city. Waiting. Watching. I barely slept. I couldn't stop thinking about the photo, about how long he had been standing there. How long had he been waving at me? I wanted to believe it was a coincidence, maybe just someone who looked similar. But I knew it wasn't. Deep down, I knew. This morning, I left for work later than usual, on purpose. I wanted to see if he'd still be there. As I pulled up to the intersection, I slowed down, my hands clammy on the wheel. And for the first time in weeks, he wasn't there. The bus stop was empty. The relief hit me all at once. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, shaking my head. Maybe I had been overthinking it. Maybe it was just some random guy, and I had worked myself up over nothing. Then my phone buzzed. A notification from my security camera. Motion detected. I grabbed my phone, opening the app, expecting to see my neighbor walking past or a stray cat on the sidewalk. The footage loaded. For a second, I didn't understand what I was looking at. Then my vision tunneled. He was standing outside my apartment. Not at the bus stop. Not waiting. Just standing. Facing my door. Looking directly at the camera. At me. I dropped my phone. The wave of nausea hit so fast, I thought I might throw up. Because the timestamp on the footage wasn't from this morning. It wasn't from last night. It was from 3 days ago. He had already been here, standing at my door. And I never even knew. I stared at my phone, my mind struggling to process what I was looking at. The footage wasn't from today. It wasn't even from last night. 3 days ago, while I was asleep in my apartment, he had been outside my door. Just standing there. Not knocking, not trying to break in, just watching. My hands felt numb as I rewound the video, forcing myself to watch it again. The motion had triggered the camera at 3:12 a.m. At first, there was nothing. The hallway outside my door was dimly lit, quiet, still. Then he stepped into frame. Same dark pants, same gray hoodie, same calm, patient posture. He stopped directly in front of my door, tilting his head slightly. I couldn't see his face clearly, not with the way the light cast a shadow over it, but I could feel his eyes on me. He just stood there. Seconds passed, then a full minute, then 2. He never moved. And then, just like that, he turned and walked away. Like he had gotten what he came for. Like standing outside my apartment in the middle of the night was enough. I gripped the phone tighter, my chest tightening with something close to panic. Had he been here before? Had I just never noticed? I needed to get out. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't sit here, staring at the footage, waiting for something else to happen. I grabbed my keys, shoved my phone into my pocket, and left. I ended up at a cafe a few blocks from my apartment, a place I had been to a handful of times but never really paid attention to. I ordered coffee just to have an excuse to sit down, My hands were still shaking as I wrapped them around the cup, letting the warmth ground me. I had to be rational about this. I had never spoken to this man. I didn't even know his name. But he knew me. He had been waiting for me every morning. And now he had been at my apartment. I kept replaying everything in my head, trying to find an explanation that wasn't terrifying. Maybe he just lived nearby. Maybe this was some weird coincidence. But then why did he show up before I even realized something was wrong? Why was he at my door before I ever connected him to that old photo? I took a shaky breath and pulled out my phone. I wasn't going to sit on this. I needed to report it. I opened the local police department's website and found the non-emergency number. My finger hovered over the call button. Then I hesitated. What was I going to tell them? That a guy at a bus stop waves at me? That he showed up at my apartment one time and didn't do anything? Would they even take me seriously? I leaned back in my chair, staring blankly at my screen. Then my phone vibrated. A new notification. Motion detected, front door camera. My throat tightened. I opened the app. The live feed loaded. There was nothing there. The hallway outside my apartment was empty. But then I saw the timestamp. 3:12 a.m. Again. I scrolled back, opening last night's footage. And there he was, standing in the exact same spot as before. Same posture, same unmoving presence. Like a loop, like a routine. Like I was the one following his schedule. I locked my phone and shoved it into my pocket, my hands clammy. I needed to talk to someone. I needed someone else to see this. I paid for my coffee and walked outside, dialing the only person I could think of. Josh answered on the second ring. "Hey man, what's up?" I had gone to college with Josh, and while we weren't best friends, he was one of the most level-headed people I knew. He worked in security, now private, nothing flashy, but enough that he'd know if I was overreacting. "I need to show you something," I said, my voice tighter than I wanted it to be. There was a pause. "You okay?" "Not really." That was enough for him. "I'm home. Come over." Josh's apartment was across town in a complex much newer than mine. I drove with the radio off, the city passing by in a blur. When I got there, he was already outside waiting. I barely greeted him before pulling out my phone. "Look at this." I handed it to him and let him watch the footage. He didn't say anything as the man appeared on the screen, standing outside my door at 3:12 a.m. Or the next night. Or the one before that. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm but firm. "You need to report this." I let out a shaky breath. I was going to, but he hasn't actually done anything. Josh gave me a look. "He's been at your door multiple nights in a row, and you think that's not something to report?" I swallowed. I don't know what to tell them. Josh exhaled through his nose. "Okay, look, let's not wait for them to tell you it's nothing. We'll go down to the station now and file a report. At the very least, they'll have it on record. Worst case, it's nothing. Best case, they catch this guy before he does something worse." I nodded. "Yeah, okay." I followed him to his car, my hands still shaking. I had spent the past few days trying to convince myself this wasn't a big deal, that I was overthinking it, that maybe it was all in my head, but it wasn't. Josh had seen it too. This was real, and I had the feeling that whatever was happening wasn't over yet. The officer at the front desk took my statement. I showed him the footage, the timestamps, everything. He watched it all carefully, then nodded. "We'll log this and send a patrol to check out your building tonight." That should have reassured me. It didn't. Because what were they going to do? Tell a man he wasn't allowed to stand in front of my door? Tell him to stop waiting? I left the station with a file number and a promise that they'd be in touch. Josh patted my shoulder as we walked to his car. "You did the right thing." I nodded, but deep down, I knew it didn't matter. Something told me that if this guy had been watching me for years, a police report wasn't going to stop him now. That night I stayed at Josh's apartment. I told myself it was temporary, just until I got my head straight. But deep down I knew the real reason I didn't want to be alone. Not after everything I had seen. Not with the thought of him standing outside my door again. I barely slept. Every creak of the building, every passing car outside sent my nerves on edge. At one point, around 3 in the morning, I nearly reached for my phone to check my security camera feed, but I stopped myself. I didn't want to see. I already knew what I would find. He would be there, standing in the same spot, at exactly 3:12 a.m., watching. The next morning, I went back to my apartment. Josh offered to come with me, but I refused. I didn't want to drag him into this more than I already had. I parked across the street and sat in my car for a few minutes, gripping the steering wheel. The building looked exactly the same as when I left it, but somehow it felt different. Like something inside had shifted. I took a deep breath and got out. As I walked up to my door, I glanced around, scanning the sidewalk, the street, the alley behind the building. No one was there. No sign of him. The only proof that anything had happened was my security camera, still mounted above my door. I hesitated before stepping inside, unsure if I even wanted to check the footage. But I needed to. I had to know. I locked the door behind me and opened the app on my phone. The playback loaded, showing the last night's footage in grainy black and white. At first it was nothing, the empty hallway still and silent. Then, at exactly 3:12 a.m., he stepped into frame. Same dark pants, same gray hoodie. He stopped directly in front of my door. And then, for the first time, he moved. Slowly his hand reached up, fingers curling toward the doorknob. He didn't try to turn it, didn't knock, just rested his fingers against the metal like he was testing something. The air left my lungs. I watched as he stood there, hand on the doorknob, completely still. Then, just as suddenly as before, he pulled his hand away and walked off. I sat frozen, staring at the screen. He had touched the door. Why? I closed the app and exhaled sharply, trying to push down the growing sense of dread in my chest. Then I noticed something. A small folded piece of paper had been slipped under my door. My breath caught. I stared at it for a long time, my body refusing to move. Then finally, I reached down and picked it up, unfolded it. There were only 3 words. I changed my mind. I left the apartment that same day, packed a bag, called my landlord, and told him I was breaking the lease. I didn't care about the deposit, didn't care if it was irrational. I was done. Josh didn't question it. He just helped me carry my stuff to the car, watching me carefully like he expected me to break down at any second. But I wasn't scared anymore. I was angry. I had spent the last few weeks wondering what he wanted, wondering if I was imagining things, wondering if I was just being paranoid. But it was real. He was real. And for some reason, he had decided I wasn't worth it anymore. What would have happened if he hadn't changed his mind? What had he been waiting for all those nights? I wasn't going to stick around to find out. I moved across town and changed my routine. New apartment, new job, a fresh start. For a while, I kept checking my rearview mirror when I drove, kept glancing over my shoulder when I walked down the street. But weeks passed, then months, and nothing happened. No notes, no texts, and, most importantly, no man at the bus stop. Maybe he really was gone. Maybe he had found someone else. Or maybe he had been watching me for years and decided I wasn't what he wanted anymore. That was the thought that haunted me the most. Not that I escaped, but that I had been chosen in the first place, and I never even knew. Still to this day, I have no idea who he was or why he watched me for so long. I don't want to know. But sometimes when I drive through unfamiliar neighborhoods, I glance at the bus stops, and I never wave first.
I've always believed that life has a way of unraveling slowly, like a sweater with a loose thread. One small pull, and before you know it, the whole thing falls apart. If you had told me a year ago that my best friend would accidentally create a cult, that people would start believing in it, and that I'd end up running for my life because of something we started as a joke, I would have laughed. But here I am, and I'm not laughing anymore. It started with Samantha. She had always been the kind of person who pushed limits, the type who said the things other people were too scared to voice, who turned boredom into chaos just to see what would happen. We'd been best friends since we were kids. She was always the one who convinced me to do stupid things, climb onto the school roof, steal beers from her dad's fridge, sneak out at night to explore abandoned buildings. But this was different. She didn't mean for it to get out of hand. I have to believe that. It started as a joke, a ridiculous late-night conversation fueled by boredom and too much caffeine. We were sprawled across her bed, bathed in the glow of her laptop screen, scrolling through conspiracy forums and laughing at the wild theories people came up with. Secret societies, mind control, symbols hidden in plain sight. It was a rabbit hole we had fallen into more than once. "I bet we could make one of these," Samantha had said, grinning as she scrolled through a thread about an underground group that supposedly controlled world events. I scoffed. "What, a conspiracy theory? No. A cult?" I had rolled my eyes. "You mean like drink the Kool-Aid kind of cult?" She sat up, eyes glinting with mischief. "Not like a real one, just something vague, cryptic, something weird enough that people start talking about it. We make up a few rules, throw in some symbols, drop it into the internet, and watch what happens. It was so semantic, always playing with fire just to see if it would burn. I should have shut it down right then and there, but instead I laughed, and that was my first mistake. The next day she was serious about it. "I already made an account," she said, holding up her phone. The profile was simple, just a username, "The Oracles Await." The banner was a grainy black and white image of a group of faceless figures standing in a circle. "No way," I said, shaking my head. She tossed her phone at me. "Read it." I skimmed the first post. It was short, just a paragraph. "We were never meant to know the truth. The oracles await those who seek beyond the veil. Watch, listen, follow the signs." "What does that even mean?" I asked. "That's the point," she said, beaming. "It sounds like it means something." It was nonsense, but it felt like something deeper, like one of those cryptic riddles you see in online scavenger hunts, designed to pull people in. Before I could argue, she was already typing out another post. "The first step is understanding that nothing is coincidence. The second step is seeing what has always been there. Step 3? You already know." She hit post before I could protest. "It's stupid," I said, tossing her phone back. She grinned. "Yeah, but stupid things get people's attention." And once again I let it slide. That was my second mistake. It started small. A few likes. A couple of comments from people who clearly thought it was some kind of ARG, alternate reality game. People loved this kind of stuff. Puzzles, cryptic messages, the thrill of thinking they were discovering something hidden. Samantha leaned into it. She started responding to comments with vague, unsettling messages. Someone would ask, "What are the oracles?" And she'd reply, "They were watching before you even asked this question." Another person wrote, "This is fake, right?" Samantha's response, "Fake is just another word for unseen." People ate it up. I watched with a mix of amusement and unease as the account grew. Hundreds of followers turned into thousands. Soon, people were arguing in the comments, trying to decode her riddles, dissecting every sentence, searching for meaning where there was none. And then the submissions started. People began sending photos, weird symbols drawn in notebooks, cryptic messages scrawled on walls, recordings of distorted voices. They weren't just following the hoax. They were becoming a part of it. That's when the first package arrived. I was at Samantha's apartment when she found it. A plain cardboard box, no return address, sitting on her doorstep like it had been left there by hand. Inside was a notebook. The pages were filled with handwritten symbols, drawings of eyes, lists of numbers arranged in strange sequences. At the very back was a note. It wasn't signed. Just a single sentence. "Thank you for showing us the way." Samantha laughed. "I didn't." "This is getting weird," I said. She waved me off. "It's harmless." I wasn't so sure, because for the first time I started to wonder, what if someone really believes this? I started distancing myself. Samantha was obsessed now. She spent hours online, engaging with followers, dropping cryptic clues, watching as people scrambled to make sense of it all. Meanwhile, I tried to focus on real life. Work, friends, Jordan. Jordan had been patient with me. He'd listened to me ramble about the whole thing when it was still funny. But one night, as we sat on his couch, he sighed and looked me straight in the eyes. "Thing with Samantha, you need to let it go," he said. "It's not just a joke anymore." I wanted to believe he was wrong. But then the second package arrived. Samantha found it on my doorstep this time. Another notebook, another cryptic message. But this time, there was a Polaroid. A blurry photo of me, walking home. Taken from behind? A chill crept up my spine. "This isn't funny anymore," I told her. She frowned. "Elliot, I didn't send this." I believed her, which meant that someone else did. Someone who was watching. Someone who believed. And that's when I realized the oracles weren't just an idea anymore. They were real. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured that Polaroid. The grainy image of me walking home, my back turned, completely unaware. It wasn't the idea of being watched that scared me the most. It was the implication. Someone had been close enough to take a picture, to follow me without me noticing. And whoever they weren't just lurking online anymore. They were here. I kept checking my phone, waiting for another post, another message, some kind of update from Samantha. But she was unusually quiet. Normally, she'd be texting me every hour with new developments, laughing about the latest weird submission someone had sent. That night, nothing. By the time morning rolled around, I was exhausted. The logical part of my brain told me I was overreacting, that this was just a stupid internet game that had gone too far. But deep down, I knew something had shifted. I needed to talk to her in person. When I got to her apartment, the door was unlocked. I hesitated, my fingers resting on the doorknob. Samantha never left her door unlocked, ever. I pushed it open. Inside, the place was a mess. Not the usual Samantha chaos of coffee cups and scattered notebooks. This was different. The couch cushions were on the floor, the desk chair knocked over. Papers were strewn everywhere. And her laptop was open. The screen was black, but when I touched the trackpad, the screen flickered to life. The browser was already pulled up to the Oracle's page. And there was a new post. But it wasn't from Samantha. I stared at the message, my stomach twisting into knots. A third step is understanding that you were never in control. There was a photo attached. Of Samantha. She was sitting on her bed, staring at the camera, eyes wide, not smiling, not posing, just staring. The timestamp was from this morning. My skin prickled. I turned slowly, scanning the apartment, half expecting someone to still be here, but it was empty. The silence was so heavy I could hear my own heartbeat. I reached for my phone and dialed her number. It rang once, twice. Then a voice answered, but it wasn't Samantha. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then, finally, a whisper crackled through the speaker. He doesn't need this name anymore. I dropped the phone. I didn't pick it back up. I just ran. I drove straight to Jordan's apartment, my knuckles white against the steering wheel. I must have looked insane when he opened the door because his whole expression shifted. "Elliot, what's wrong?" I pushed past him, slamming the door behind me. "She's gone." His brows furrowed. "Who?" "Samantha." My voice came out breathless. Someone took her. Or she left. I don't know." Jordan frowned. "Elliot, slow down." I shook my head. "No, you don't understand. She didn't just leave. Someone was in her apartment. Someone posted from her account. And they..." I swallowed, trying to get my thoughts straight. "They answered her phone." Jordan stared at me for a long moment. Then, without a word, he walked to his kitchen counter, grabbed his keys and his jacket. "Let's go." We went to the police. I told them everything. How Samantha started the Oracle's account, how people had latched onto it, how it had spiraled into something we couldn't control. I showed them the Polaroid. I showed them the message from her account, the eerie post with the timestamp after she had already gone missing. I even played them the phone call, and the officer just frowned. "She's an adult," he said. "There's no sign of a struggle. Maybe she just left." I felt like I was going to be sick. "She wouldn't leave," I said, voice sharp. "And what about the message, the phone call?" The officer sighed, rubbing his temples. "Look, we'll check into it. But there's no evidence of foul play. If you hear from her, let us know." I wanted to scream, but Jordan grabbed my arm before I could. "Come on," he said under his breath. I clenched my jaw, but I followed him outside. We got back into the car, and for a long time we just sat there in silence. Then Jordan spoke. "If the cops aren't going to do anything," he said, voice steady, "then we will." We started digging. We went through every post on the Oracle's account, looking for patterns, messages, anything that stood out. And we found something. A list of numbers, buried in an old post from months ago. At first it looked random, but when Jordan ran it through a basic cipher decoder, The numbers spelled out an address. It was in a town 2 hours away. We didn't think. We just drove. The whole way there, my mind raced. Who had been following us? Was Samantha still alive? Was this even real? Or had we walked into something we didn't understand? I didn't know, but I was about to find out. The drive was eerily quiet. Neither of us spoke much, both too lost in our thoughts. The address was pulling us somewhere, but we had no idea what we were walking into. The air in the car was thick with tension. I kept glancing at Jordan, watching as his hands clenched and unclenched around the steering wheel. He was always the calm one, the rational one, but even he looked rattled. I stared out the window, my fingers drumming anxiously against my knee. The city lights faded behind us, replaced by empty highways and stretches of dark forest. The deeper we drove, the more my stomach twisted. We weren't headed toward a neighborhood or even a town. We were heading into nothingness. Finally, the GPS announced, "You have arrived." Jordan pulled the car to a stop on the side of a dirt road. No houses, no signs, just a long, winding path leading into the trees. My breath hitched. "What the hell is this?" Jordan muttered. I checked my phone. No signal. The road behind us was completely empty. Jordan turned to me. "Are we really doing this?" I hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to leave. But then I thought of Samantha. If there was even a chance she was here, I couldn't just walk away. I swallowed hard. "Yeah, we are." Jordan sighed, but nodded. "All right." We got out of the car. The trees stretched tall around us, swallowing the sky, blocking out what little moonlight there was. A faint path led deeper into the woods, barely visible. My heart hammered in my chest. We followed it. The deeper we went, the colder it got. The air felt wrong, like something was pressing down on us. Neither of us spoke. Then, after what felt like forever, I saw it. A house. Not abandoned, not broken down. Just wrong. It was too ordinary, standing there in the middle of nowhere like it had no business being here. A simple, single-story home with a porch light glowing weakly in the dark. Jordan tensed beside me. "Preda ivor mundele taba. An el," he whispered. I didn't have an answer. Then I saw the car. Parked just off to the side of the house. A silver sedan, Samantha's car. My pulse spiked. "She's here," I whispered. Jordan exhaled sharply. He scanned the trees like he was expecting someone to jump out at us. No movement. No sound. Just the house. Waiting. Jordan reached into his jacket, pulling out a pocket knife. I raised an eyebrow. "Since when do you carry that?" He shot me a look. "Since my boyfriend started getting followed by a cult." Fair enough. I took a slow breath, then stepped onto the porch. The wood creaked beneath my weight. My stomach churned. I tried the doorknob. It wasn't locked. I turned it slowly, glancing at Jordan. He nodded, gripping the knife tighter. We stepped inside. The air inside was stale. Not abandoned, but unused. The kind of stillness that clings to places where people don't live, but... Wait. A dim hallway stretched in front of us, leading to a living room. The furniture was plain, a couch, a coffee table, a television. The walls were lined with framed photographs. I glanced at one, my stomach turned. They were all the same person. A man, mid-40s, in different locations, different clothes. In one, he was standing on a beach. In another, he was sitting at a diner, smiling slightly at the camera. Jordan stepped closer, eyes scanning the faces. "Who the hell is this?" I didn't know. But then I noticed the paperwork on the table. An open notebook. I stepped forward, heart hammering, and picked it up. The handwriting was precise, neat. Step 1, create belief. Step 2, remove the noise. Step 3, take what was always meant to be yours. I flipped the page. That's when I saw her name. Samantha. My breath caught. There were notes beneath it. Details, dates, locations, the history of her posts. A timeline of everything she had done leading up to now. Jordan stiffened beside me. And then we heard it. A noise. Soft footsteps. From down the hall. I grabbed Jordan's wrist, eyes wide. Someone else was here. The footsteps grew louder. A shadow moved at the end of the hallway. Jordan grabbed my arm, pulling me back toward the door. We turned to run. But before we could, a voice rang out. Calm, measured, too steady. You're not supposed to be here. I felt my blood run cold. The figure stepped forward into the dim light. A man, late 40s, wearing a button-down shirt neatly tucked into his pants. And I recognized him. I had never seen him before, but I had seen his face in the pictures on the wall. Jordan tensed beside me. He was gripping his pocket knife so tightly his knuckles were white. The man took another step toward us, his expression unreadable. "He shouldn't have come here," he said again. I swallowed hard. My mouth was dry. "Where's Samantha?" I forced out. A slow smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Gone." A sharp spike of terror went through me. I took a step back. Jordan moved with me, his shoulders tight. The man didn't stop us. He just tilted his head slightly, watching, studying. Then, almost as an afterthought, he said, "He left something for you." I froze. Jordan's grip on my wrist tightened. The man reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. Then, slowly, he extended it toward me. Every part of me was screaming not to take it. But my hand was moving before I could stop it. I unfolded the paper. A single sentence was written inside. I didn't mean for it to happen like this. My breath caught. It was her handwriting. A chill crept through my body. I looked up at the man, heart pounding. His expression didn't change. Jordan took a sharp breath, pulling me back toward the door. "We're leaving," he said. The man didn't stop us. He just smiled. And then, as we stepped out onto the porch, he said something that still haunts me. "She'll come back when she's ready." We didn't wait. We ran. And as we reached the car, I felt it. The weight of unseen eyes watching from the trees. Waiting. Always waiting. We drove in silence for the first 20 minutes. The only sound, the steady hum of the tires against the road. I couldn't stop shaking. My fingers ached from gripping the folded note too tightly. The paper slightly crumpled now. Samantha's words burned in my mind. I didn't mean for it to happen like this. Jordan's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. His jaw was set, his body rigid. He hadn't said a word since we fled that house, but I could feel his tension, radiating off him in waves. Finally, he exhaled sharply, knuckles tightening even further. "We need to go to the police." I swallowed, my throat dry. "And say what?" Jordan turned to me, disbelief flashing in his eyes. "Say that your best friend is missing, Elliot. Say that there's a psycho living in the woods who has a goddamn shrine of her." I clenched my fists. "The cops won't care." "They have to." I shook my head. "They didn't before. And this isn't just some guy stalking her. This is something else." Jordan let out a bitter laugh. "So what, we just forget about it? Pretend that didn't just happen?" I had no answer, because I didn't know what we had just walked into. And the worst part, neither of us saw the car following us. We didn't go home. Neither of us could stomach the idea of returning to our apartments, where we'd be alone, vulnerable, where someone could be waiting in the shadows. Instead, we drove to a cheap motel on the outskirts of town. The kind of place where the walls were thin, the bedspreads were stiff, and the guy at the front desk barely looked up as he took our cash. The moment we got inside, Jordan double-locked the door. I sat on the edge of the bed, still gripping Samantha's note, my mind racing. Jordan ran a hand through his hair, pacing the room. "We need a plan," he muttered. "We need to figure out what the hell is going on." I looked up at him. "I think it's already too late." His pacing stopped. "Don't say that." I met his eyes. "Jordan, she's gone. And whatever happened to her, whoever took her, is watching us too." Jordan exhaled, running a hand over his face. He looked exhausted, his face pale under the dim motel light. After a moment, he dropped onto the bed beside me. Neither of us spoke. The weight of everything pressed down, suffocating, crushing. Then my phone buzzed. I jumped, my pulse spiking as I grabbed it. The screen lit up. A message from a blocked number. 3 words. Check under the car. I dropped the phone like it had burned me. Jordan saw my face and grabbed it, scanning the screen. His jaw clenched. Then without a word, he stood up and pulled the curtain aside. The motel parking lot stretched out beneath the flickering yellow light. Our car sat exactly where we left it. Empty still, no sign of anyone watching. But my stomach twisted. Stay here, Jordan said, voice low, firm. No way, I shot back, standing. I'm not letting you go out there alone. Jordan clenched his jaw, but didn't argue. We left the room together. The air outside was thick, too still for the middle of the night. I kept my head on a swivel, eyes scanning the shadows, waiting for movement. Jordan crouched near the car. My heartbeat thundered in my ears as he reached underneath. His fingers brushed against something. He froze, and then he pulled it out. A small black tracking device. I stumbled back. Jesus Christ. Jordan turned the device over in his hand, his breathing sharp and uneven. We need to go now. We didn't pack. We didn't check out. We just ran. Jordan drove, gripping the wheel so hard I thought it might snap. I kept glancing behind us, waiting for headlights, waiting for a shadow in the rearview mirror. But the road was empty. The night stretched long before us, swallowing everything behind us. Where are we going? I asked. Jordan didn't answer. His eyes stayed locked on the road, his jaw tight. Jordan, finally he spoke. We're finding her. My stomach clenched. How? Jordan's fingers tightened around the steering wheel. We're going back to the beginning. I frowned. What does that mean? Jordan exhaled sharply, eyes darting to me before turning back to the road. We're going back to where it started, he said. To the first post. The first riddle my breath caught. The oracles await. I had buried that account, tried to forget it. But I knew Jordan was right. If we wanted to understand this, if we wanted to find Samantha, we had to go back into the game.
We drove through the night, chasing breadcrumbs of our own creation. The oracles await had started as a joke, a harmless game. But now it had led us here. Hunted, followed, tracked. We were going back to where it all began. Jordan pulled into an empty parking lot behind an all-night diner. The only sound was the hum of the streetlights buzzing overhead. I was exhausted, wired on fear and adrenaline, but my hands moved instinctively. I pulled out my phone and searched for the original Oracles Await page. It was still there, active, someone had been posting. My stomach twisted as I scrolled through the latest updates. The riddles, the cryptic phrases, they weren't from Samantha anymore. Whoever had taken over the account was still playing the game. The most recent post was from 30 minutes ago. Truth is a circle. It always returns to the beginning. Attached was a photo. My breath caught. It was Samantha's car, parked in an empty lot. This lot. I scrambled out of the car so fast my legs nearly gave out. Jordan followed, cursing under his breath as he pulled me back. Elliot, wait. I didn't listen. I ran. Across the lot, past the dumpsters, toward the car I hadn't seen in weeks but knew better than my own. The driver's door was slightly ajar. The inside was dark. Jordan caught up to me just as I reached out and yanked the door open. The car was empty, but there was a note in the driver's seat, a single line. You were supposed to listen. My blood turned ice cold. A shuffling sound behind us. Jordan spun around. My chest tightened. There was no one there. The air was too still, the silence too full. We were being watched. Jordan's fingers tightened around my wrist. We need to go, now. For once, I didn't argue. We backed away from the car, moving fast, scanning the shadows. My pulse pounded, my breath shallow. And then my phone buzzed, a message from a blocked number. Stop looking, you don't want to find her. I froze. Jordan grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the car.
Elliot, we're leaving. I could barely think. My mind raced through every possibility, every outcome. Samantha was gone. Whoever had taken her was still watching us, still playing the game, and we weren't in control, not anymore. I clenched my jaw, forcing myself to move. Jordan threw the car into reverse, tires screeching as we sped out of the lot. Neither of us spoke, because we both knew the truth. Samantha wasn't coming back, not unless they wanted her to, and if we kept digging, we might be next. We stopped searching after that night. The posts kept coming, more riddles, more photos of places we recognized, but we never followed them. Eventually, the updates slowed. Then, one day, the account disappeared, just like Samantha. I don't know if she's alive. I don't know if she chose this or if she was taken. All I know is that I still check my locks twice before bed, and sometimes, in the middle of the night, my phone buzzes. A message from an unknown number. I never open them because I already know what they say. The oracles await.
I never thought I'd be the type of person to get paranoid. I've spent my whole life working with locks, securing homes, fixing broken doors. I know what keeps people safe. But after what happened a few years ago, I don't feel safe anymore. And if you knew what I knew, you wouldn't either. I used to be a locksmith. A good one, too. I worked for a small company that handled everything from apartment lockouts to high-security installations. Most of the time it was straightforward. People lose their keys. People need their locks changed after a breakup. Nothing strange, until I got a call one night that changed everything. It was around 9 p.m. when dispatch called me. I was just about to settle in for the night when my work phone buzzed. "Got a job for you. Last-minute call-in," my boss said. "Lady's locked out of her house. She sounds shaken up. Might be an emergency." I sighed, already exhausted from the day, but overtime meant extra pay. "Address?" I asked. He gave it to me. It was in a quiet suburban neighborhood about 20 minutes away. I grabbed my gear and headed out. The street was dark when I arrived. No streetlights, just the glow from a few scattered porch lights. The house in question was a 2-story, older model, the kind with a wraparound porch and a heavy oak door. It was well maintained, nothing out of the ordinary, except for the woman standing outside. She looked to be in her late 40s, dressed in a loose cardigan and jeans. Her hair was pulled into a messy bun, and her eyes darted around as if she expected something or someone to jump out of the shadows. She looked scared. I parked and grabbed my tools. As I walked up, I gave her the usual greeting. "Luck out, ma'am." She nodded quickly. Yes, please, She hesitated, glancing over her shoulder toward the darkened windows. I followed her gaze. Nothing looked off. The house was still, quiet, but something about it made the hairs on the back of my neck rise. I forced a smile. No worries. Should only take a few minutes. She nodded again, stepping aside. I knelt in front of the lock and got to work. It was an older model, but nothing I couldn't handle. As I picked, I tried to make conversation to ease her nerves. "Lose your keys?" I asked. She didn't answer right away. Then, in a tight voice, she said, "No, I didn't lose them. Someone else has them." I stopped mid-pick, looking up. Her arms were crossed tightly over her chest. She was shaking. My gut twisted. "Someone broke in?" I asked carefully. She exhaled sharply, nodding. I think so. I don't know. The locks were fine when I left this morning, but when I got home, the front door was unlocked, and I never leave it unlocked." I frowned. "Did you call the police?" She hesitated again. "No. I thought about it, but..." She stopped, shaking her head. I didn't press. Some people don't trust the cops. Others don't want to cause a scene. But something about her demeanor felt off. I went back to work. Within a minute, the lock clicked. I stood up, stepping aside. "Al said," I said, "do you want me to check inside first, make sure no one's there?" She hesitated. Then she whispered, "Would you..." That was my second red flag. Locksmiths don't usually go inside. Liability and all that, but I'm not heartless.
The woman looked genuinely terrified. I nodded. She reached for the handle, but stopped. Then, after a second, she gestured for me to open it instead. That was my third red flag. Something about this wasn't right. I pushed the door open. The house was dark, the air inside stale, heavy. It smelled faintly of cleaning supplies, but underneath it was something else, something off. I stepped inside, flipping the light switch. Nothing happened. "The power's out?" I asked, turning back to her. She nodded. "It was fine this morning. When I got home, nothing worked." Another layer of unease settled in my gut. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing a neat, perfectly normal-looking home. A couch, a coffee table, family photos on the wall. But something felt wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it was there. That quiet, creeping sensation that something isn't where it should be. I stepped further inside, scanning the living room. Everything looked untouched. Then I saw the hallway. The door at the end was open, just slightly, like someone had been watching the front door and left in a hurry. A chill ran through me. I turned to the woman, keeping my voice steady. "You said the door was unlocked when you got home?" She nodded. I swallowed. "Did you check inside before you called me?" She shook her head. My pulse spiked. That meant whoever had been here could still be inside. Slowly, I reached into my bag, pulling out the heavy-duty flashlight I kept for jobs like this. I stepped toward the hallway, moving as quietly as possible. The air grew thicker, the smell, stale, human, got stronger. I reached the open door, pushed it, and froze. The closet was full of blankets, old boxes, and hanging coats. But between them, half hidden in the dark, I saw a pair of shoes, and they weren't empty. My chest locked up. Someone was in there. I didn't move. For a second, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me, that I was seeing things, that the shoes were just part of the Then they shifted. I backed up fast, heart slamming against my ribs. "There's someone in your house." My voice was low, urgent. "We need to go. Now." The woman's eyes widened. She turned, bolting for the door. I didn't look back. We ran onto the porch just as something inside moved. A rustling sound, then the soft, unmistakable creak of floorboards. We sprinted to my van. I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking. The woman was already sobbing. I dialed 911. When the cops arrived, they searched the house. Nothing. No one inside. No signs of forced entry. No proof that anyone had been there at all. But here's the part that still haunts me. They found a crawl space in the attic. Inside it, a sleeping bag, empty food wrappers, a small pile of clothing. Someone had been living there. Watching, listening, waiting. That was the last job I ever took. Because now, every time I hear a creak in my own house, I wonder if someone is still inside.
We had been planning this trip for weeks. It was supposed to be a break from everything work, screens, noise, just the four of us, a tent, and miles of untouched wilderness. Josh was the one who found the spot. He had this way of always knowing the best hidden trails, the places that didn't show up on official maps. "No one goes out this far," he had said when we packed up the car, his usual confident grin stretching across his face. "It's perfect." At first he was right. The first day was everything we wanted it to be. The hike up was long, exhausting, but the air was crisp, the trees swayed lazily in the wind, and the distant peaks of the mountains stood like ancient guardians in the distance. We set up camp in a small clearing tucked away between thick pines, the kind of place where you could actually hear silence, not the kind that exists in cities, broken by the hum of electricity and the occasional siren. But true, untouched quiet. As the sun dipped below the horizon, we built a fire, pulled out the beers, and let ourselves breathe. It felt good to be out there, just us and the wild. That night, I woke up needing to piss. I unzipped my sleeping bag as quietly as I could, careful not to wake the others. The fire had died down to glowing embers, sending faint flickers of orange into the night. The air had turned colder than I expected. I stepped out of the tent, stretching, listening to the quiet hum of the forest. Leaves rustled somewhere nearby, probably a rabbit or something small moving in the undergrowth. I walked a little past the tree line, far enough that I wouldn't wake the others, but not so far that I'd get turned around in the dark. As I finished, shaking the last bit of grogginess from my head, I turned back toward camp. And that's when I saw him. A man, standing just beyond the trees. My brain took a second to process it. He wasn't moving. He wasn't doing anything. He was just there. Not hiking, not holding a flashlight or any kind of gear, just standing in the dark, motionless. Watching. A sudden chill ran through me. "Hello?" My voice came out quieter than I meant it to. He didn't respond. Didn't move. I took a step forward, squinting through the dim light. The fire behind me cast just enough glow to outline his form. He was tall, too tall. Something about the way he stood there felt wrong. His posture was stiff, unnatural, his arms resting perfectly at his sides, his head tilted slightly forward. I swallowed. "Hey man, you okay?" Nothing. No reaction. He didn't shift his weight, didn't blink. The unease in my gut twisted into something heavier, something primal. I took a slow step backward, resisting the urge to turn and run. Then I did something I probably shouldn't have. I reached into my pocket, pulled out my flashlight, and flicked it on. The beam hit the trees, bouncing off bark and leaves, but when it landed on him, there was nothing there. The man was gone. The trees stood empty, the undergrowth undisturbed, no movement, no sound. I stood there, frozen. For a moment, I told myself I had imagined it. Maybe the shadows had played tricks on me, the flickering firelight warping the forest into something it wasn't. But when I turned back toward camp, my heart nearly stopped. Josh was awake, sitting up in his sleeping bag. His eyes were wide. "You saw him too," he whispered. I nodded slowly. Neither of us said anything else. Neither of us slept. By morning it almost felt stupid to talk about. Almost. Chris and Devin were still passed out when Josh and I finally crawled out of the tent, stretching under the pale morning light. Josh ran a hand through his messy hair, his jaw tight. "You're sure you saw him?" I looked at him, irritated. "You were awake too." He hesitated. "Yeah, but maybe it was just..." "Just what?" He didn't answer. We let it drop. By the time Chris and Devin woke up, the whole thing felt like a bad dream. We had coffee, made breakfast, packed up some gear for a short hike. No one mentioned the man in the trees. It was easier to pretend it hadn't happened. The second night, we sat around the fire again, passing a bottle of whiskey between us, laughing at stories we had all heard, 100 times before. But something felt different. The air had changed. Even Devon, who never shut up, was quieter than usual. Josh kept glancing toward the woods, his shoulders tense. I knew exactly what he was thinking. Then, at some point, Chris stopped mid-sentence, his face suddenly blank. We all turned to look at him. He wasn't looking at us. He was looking past us, into the trees. I turned slowly, dread creeping up my spine. And there he was, standing at the edge of the clearing, still, silent, watching. The fire crackled. Devon swore under his breath. Josh was the first to break the silence. "Hey man, who are you?" The man didn't move, didn't speak. Just like before, a heavy silence settled over us. I could hear my own breathing, too fast, too shallow. Devon forced a laugh, but it sounded weak. "Dude, are you lost?" "Nothing." He didn't shift, didn't react. Chris stood up, his voice sharp. "Hey, we're talking to you." Still no response. I could feel my hands curling into fists. My body screamed at me to do something. Then, in the flickering light of the fire, I noticed something. He wasn't blinking. Not once. Not at all. A sick, twisted feeling settled in my gut. People blink. They always blink. Josh stood up next to Chris. "I don't like this," he muttered. "Let's go inside the tent." Devon scoffed. "Seriously? He's just some guy." But there was no conviction in his voice. Josh ignored him and took a step back toward the tent. Chris followed. Devon hesitated, then muttered a curse and stomped after them. I stayed still. For just a moment longer, I kept my eyes on the man in the woods. His face was barely visible, just a shadow beyond the trees. But I swore I saw something change. His head tilted slightly, like he knew we were afraid. Like he liked it. I turned and followed the others, my chest tight. We crawled into the tent, zipped it shut, and sat there in silence. No one spoke. The fire outside burned lower. Through the thin fabric, I could still see the faint glow of the embers. And beyond that, a dark, motionless figure, standing just beyond the light, waiting. Nobody slept. The four of us sat inside the tent, the fabric stretching thin around us, the flickering light from the dying fire outside barely visible through the mesh of the entrance. It should have felt cramped, but there was enough space for our fear to settle in between us, thick and suffocating. Devon kept shifting, his knee bouncing, arms crossed tight over his chest. Every so often, he muttered a quiet, nervous laugh under his breath, like he was trying to convince himself this was all a joke. Josh was silent, sitting with his back pressed against the tent wall, staring down at his hands. He had always been the one to keep a cool head, the guy who thrived in the wilderness. Now he looked like he had no idea what to do. Chris had his knife out. It was small, the kind of thing you kept for cutting rope or fishing line, but he gripped it like it could actually protect him from something bigger, something he couldn't understand. And then there was me. I was still trying to piece together what I had seen. The man in the woods hadn't moved, not once, Not when we yelled at him, not when we stared, and he never blinked. I could feel it in my chest, that gut-deep certainty. He wasn't just standing there for no reason. He had been watching. And he was still out there. Josh exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. "We need to leave first thing in the morning." His voice was quieter than usual, like he didn't want to be heard. Chris gave a short, bitter laugh. "You think?" He ran a hand through his hair, fingers twitching. "This is messed up. What if he—" Nobody wanted him to finish the sentence. "What if he comes closer? What if he doesn't? What if he just stays there? Watching?" A soft crack outside made everyone freeze. Not the snap of a fire dying, not the rustle of wind. A footstep. Josh clenched his jaw and shook his head. "No way," he whispered. We all sat there, waiting. Then another. Closer. I grabbed Harvey by the collar. He had been curled up next to me the whole time, but now he was alert, his ears standing straight up, his body tensed. He let out a low, quiet whimper, something deep and instinctual. Chris shifted, gripping his knife tighter. Devin whispered, "If this is some kind of backwoods psycho messing with us, I swear to." Another step. Right outside the tent. I could hear my own breathing. Harvey let out a low growl. Josh raised a hand, signaling for everyone to stay still. He turned his head toward me, mouthed the flashlight. I hesitated, then slowly reached for it. The moment my fingers wrapped around the handle, the sound stopped. No more steps. No rustling. Just the distant sounds of the forest, the quiet hum of crickets, the faint swaying of trees in the breeze. Like nothing had ever been there. But we knew better. Nobody moved. Chris let out a shaky breath. "This is—" Josh cut him off. "We're not doing this. We're not playing into it." His voice was steady, but his hands weren't. He looked at me again. "Turn on the flashlight." I swallowed the lump in my throat and flicked it on. The light cut through the tent wall, casting a pale glow outside. Nothing. Just the trees, the dirt, the fire pit, still smoldering with dying embers. Devin let out a quiet laugh, shaking his head. "Screw this, man." Chris looked at him. "So you're just gonna pretend we didn't hear that? Maybe it was an animal." Josh's head snapped toward him. "That wasn't an animal." A beat of silence. Nobody wanted to say what we were all thinking. We weren't alone. And whatever was out there, it didn't leave. It was waiting. Josh cleared his throat. "We pack up at sunrise. We move fast. No stopping, no messing around. Agreed?" We nodded. None of us were getting any sleep tonight. The morning came too slow. I must have dozed off at some point, because when I opened my eyes the sky was turning gray, the faint glow of morning creeping over the trees. Josh was already up, stuffing his sleeping bag into his pack. Chris and Devin were groggy, but they didn't argue. Nobody joked about what had happened. Nobody even looked toward the tree line. We moved quickly, shoving everything into our bags, stomping out what remained of the fire. I rolled up my mat and glanced around the campsite one last time, my gut telling me something felt off. Then I saw the footprints. They were in the dirt, just beyond our tent, Deep, clear, fresh. Josh must have seen them at the same time because he stopped packing. We looked at each other. Neither of us said anything. There were no trails around here. No roads. No other hikers. And these weren't our footprints. Chris and Devin noticed too. Nobody moved. Then Devin forced a nervous laugh, running a hand through his hair. Whatever, man. Maybe some weirdo just. He cut himself off, because that was when we noticed the other set of prints, right next to the first ones, side by side. Like whoever had been standing out there last night wasn't alone. We left. Fast. Nobody ran, but it was close. We stuck together, moving at a steady pace, eyes straight ahead. We should have been making conversation. Someone should have cracked a joke, made a comment about breakfast, complained about the weight of their pack. But nobody spoke. Harvey was tense, his ears still flicking back toward the trees. I didn't look. I didn't want to see. We hiked for hours, but it felt longer. The sky turned brighter, the air warmer, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Like we were being followed. Not close enough to hear. Not close enough to see. But there. Present. We didn't stop for lunch. We didn't stop for anything. Josh didn't even check the map. He just kept walking. Chris muttered under his breath, his hands gripping the straps of his pack too tight. Devin kept looking over his shoulder. I wanted to tell him to stop. I wanted to tell him that if he kept checking, eventually, he was going to see something. And I was scared that if we saw it again this time, it wasn't going to just stand there. We reached the car by early afternoon. I didn't realize I had been holding my breath until we were inside, the doors shut and locked. Nobody spoke. Nobody even looked at each other. Josh turned the key. The engine rumbled to life. We left without a word. The trees blurred past the windows as we sped down the dirt road, the mountains shrinking behind us. We didn't look back. We didn't want to see if something was still there. The drive back was dead silent. Josh kept his hands tight on the wheel, his jaw clenched. Chris sat in the passenger seat, staring straight ahead like he was afraid to blink. Devin had his hoodie pulled up, slumped against the window, but I knew he wasn't asleep. Nobody was. Harvey had wedged himself between me and the door in the back seat, his body pressed against my leg like he was making sure I was still there. Nobody wanted to talk about what had happened. The footprints, the man in the trees, the fact that we had no idea if here they had followed us out. Josh was driving faster than he should have down the winding mountain road, but nobody told him to slow down. We wanted out. And none of us were going to be the one to say we felt like we weren't alone. I didn't turn around, didn't check the rearview mirror. I didn't want to see if something was there. Because if I saw something standing at the edge of the trees, watching our car disappear, I don't know if I would have ever slept again. We finally hit the main highway, and it was like someone let the air out of the car. Josh exhaled, long and slow, like he had been holding his breath the whole time. Chris sat back, rubbing his face with his hands. Devin shifted, sitting up straighter, pulling his hoodie down. Nobody said it out loud, but we all felt the same thing. The air felt lighter, like we had left something behind, or like something had let us go. I stared out the window, watching the trees thin as we got closer to town, trying to push the last 2 nights out of my head. I kept telling myself it was over. It should have been over. But then, just as we passed the first gas station in miles, Josh spoke for the first time in hours. His voice was hoarse, rough. "We stopping here?" Nobody answered right away. Devin finally cleared his throat. Yeah, I gotta take a piss." Chris nodded. "I could use a coffee." I didn't need anything. I didn't want to stop. But we had been hiking since sunrise, and my legs were still stiff from sitting in the car for so long. I exhaled, forcing my body to relax. It was just a gas station. Everything was fine now. Josh pulled into the lot, parking near the front doors. The gas station was the kind you only saw on long, empty highways, sold and quiet, a flickering open 24 hours sign buzzing faintly above the door. The lot was mostly empty, except for a truck parked near the pumps. No other hikers, no signs of anyone who had been in the mountains with us. We climbed out of the car. Harvey jumped down beside me, shaking himself off, tail wagging slightly now that we were somewhere familiar. He seemed calmer. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Devin disappeared inside first. Josh followed, muttering something about stretching his legs. Chris hovered near the door, checking his phone like he suddenly cared about texts he had ignored all weekend. I hesitated before going in, staring out at the highway. The road stretched long and empty in both directions, only broken by rolling hills and patches of forest. I let out a breath. We were fine. We were out. I turned to follow the others inside, but as I stepped through the doorway, Harvey suddenly let out a low growl. Not loud, not aggressive, but warning. I froze. Harvey was still standing outside the entrance, his ears pinned back, staring across the parking lot. I turned, my pulse quickening. The truck. A man was sitting in the driver's seat. I couldn't see his face, not fully. The angle of the windshield and the glare from the sun made it hard to tell what he looked like. But he wasn't moving. Just sitting there, watching. Something in my gut twisted. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid. He was probably just another traveler, another camper, someone who had been driving for hours and pulled over to rest. But something about the way he was sitting completely motionless and a ripple of unease through me. Like he had been waiting for us. Like he had known we would stop here. Harvey let out another quiet growl, then whined, stepping closer to me. I finally looked away and headed inside. The gas station was small but bright, the hum of fluorescent lights filling the space. The smell of stale coffee and cleaning chemicals lingered in the air. Josh was near the coolers, grabbing a bottle of water. Chris was at the counter, talking to the cashier, a bored-looking woman in her 50s. Devin was nowhere to be seen. I grabbed a pack of gum just to have something in my hands, then wandered toward the counter. Chris glanced at me. "Dude, they don't have an ATM. Do you have cash?" I shook my head. Use your card. Chris sighed but didn't argue. Josh walked up beside us, twisting off the cap of his water. How much longer you think it'll take to get back? 2 hours, give or take, Chris muttered. Josh nodded. Good. He didn't elaborate. He didn't have to. None of us wanted to talk about it. Not in front of other people. Not yet. I paid for my gum, stuffing it into my jacket pocket, then glanced toward the back of the store. Devin still wasn't back. I turned to Josh. Where's Devin? Josh frowned. Bathroom, I think. Chris checked his watch. He's been gone a while. The three of us exchanged a glance. Something unspoken passed between us. None of us wanted to check. None of us wanted to go to the back of the store and see if something was wrong. But we did. The bathroom door was closed. Josh knocked. No response. Devin? Nothing. Josh glanced at me, then reached for the handle. Locked. Devin, come on, man. Let's go. Still nothing. Chris stepped back. Maybe he's just. Then the toilet flushed. The sink turned on. The door finally opened. Devin stepped out, his face pale. His hands trembled slightly at his sides. We stared at him. He stared back. I swallowed. You good? He nodded, too quickly. Yeah, man. Let's get out of here. Something was wrong. But I wasn't going to ask about it in the middle of a gas station. We walked out together, stepping back into the afternoon sun. The truck was gone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching us the entire time. And I couldn't ignore how Devin wouldn't meet our eyes. Or how, when we got back in the car, he whispered under his breath, almost like he didn't mean for us to hear it. He was in there with me. Nobody responded to what Devin said. We heard him. We knew we heard him, but no one wanted to ask. It was like we had some silent agreement. If we didn't talk about it, we could pretend nothing was wrong. Pretend that we were just four guys driving home from a normal camping trip. Josh started the car, and we pulled onto the highway. The gas station disappeared behind us, swallowed by the empty road. Nobody spoke. Even Harvey, curled up between my feet, seemed tense, his body coiled like he was still waiting for something to happen. Chris finally cleared his throat, shifting in his seat. We're almost home, he muttered, like he was trying to convince himself more than us. Nobody answered. Josh just drove. And Devin sat in the back, staring out the window, his knee bouncing. His face was still pale, his hand still shaking slightly against his jeans. I wanted to ask what happened in that bathroom. I wanted to know if he saw something, but I didn't. Maybe because I was scared of the answer. Maybe because I already knew. We made it back to town just before sunset. Josh pulled into Devin's driveway first, shifting the car into park. All right, man, you're home. Devin hesitated. His hand rested on the door handle, but he didn't move to get out. Josh turned slightly, frowning. Dude? Devin exhaled slowly, then forced a laugh. It sounded fake, forced, like he was trying to make himself believe this was all normal. Yeah, sorry, just tired. Chris chuckled weakly. Same. Devin opened the door, stepping out. His movements were stiff, like his body was still on edge, still bracing for something. I watched him walk up the steps to his house, fumbling with his keys. The second he got inside, he shut the door too fast, almost like he was locking something out. Josh shifted into drive, glancing at Chris in the passenger seat. "Where am I dropping you?" Chris didn't answer right away. Then he sighed. "I'll crash at my brother's place tonight." Josh nodded. "Good call." Nobody said it out loud, but none of us wanted to be alone. Not yet. Chris was next. Then it was just me, Josh, and Harvey. The car felt smaller with just the three of us. Josh glanced at me. "You need a ride to your place?" I hesitated. Then I shook my head. "I'll crash at yours." He didn't argue. When we got to Josh's place, Harvey practically bolted out of the car, his nails clicking against the pavement as he ran straight to the front door. He had never done that before. Josh unlocked the door, stepping inside first. I followed, closing it behind me. We didn't turn on any lights. Didn't talk. Just sat down in the living room, the weight of the last 2 days finally hitting all at once. Josh leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "You think Devin's okay?" I shook my head. "Number." Josh exhaled, rubbing a hand down his face. Then finally, I asked, "What do you think happened out there?" He was quiet for a long time. Then, without looking at me, he muttered, "I don't know, and I don't think I want to." That night, neither of us slept. Harvey lay curled up between us on the couch, his ears twitching at every sound. At one point, Josh muttered, "This is stupid," and got up to grab a beer from the fridge. The second he was gone, my phone buzzed. I nearly jumped. I grabbed it from my pocket, hands unsteady. A text from Chris. "Dude, Devin just texted me. He says he's going off the grid for a while. Says he doesn't want to talk to anyone. With..." I stared at the screen. Then, before I could even process it, another text came in. From Devin. "You guys need to forget about this." I read it twice. I wanted to reply, but I didn't know what to say. Forget about what? The trip? The man in the woods? The fact that whatever we saw, whatever followed us, was still out there. I turned off my phone and set it face down on the coffee table. Josh came back into the room, handing me a beer. He nodded at my phone. "Who was that?" I hesitated. Then I lied. "Nobody." He didn't push. We sat there in silence, staring at the darkened television, pretending like we weren't both listening for something. The next morning, Devin was gone. His phone was off. His house was locked up. His car was still in the driveway, but he wasn't answering. Chris went over to check on him, but there was no sign of him. No note, nothing. It was like he had just left. We tried to call his family. They hadn't heard from him either. Days passed, then weeks. Nobody knew where he went. The police didn't consider him a missing person. They said he left on his own. But something about it felt wrong. Like it wasn't his choice. Like he knew something we didn't. And he was running from it. Or maybe it finally got him. I don't go hiking anymore. Josh doesn't either. Chris moved 2 states away. None of us ever talk about it. Not to each other. Not to anyone. We let it go. We pretend it never happened. But sometimes when I'm driving on an empty road, I get that same feeling again. Like there is something watching. Not close enough to see. Not close enough to hear. But still there. Still waiting. Still to this day, I have no idea what we saw or why it happened. Maybe it was just a drifter, a coincidence. Maybe it was nothing. But I will never go back to those woods. And I do not think Devon ever left. I don't even know where to start with this. I guess I just need to get it out because it's been messing with my head for days. Maybe someone here can help me make sense of it. For context, I live alone in a 1-bedroom apartment in a pretty old building, nothing fancy. It's the kind of place that hasn't been renovated in decades, but the rent is cheap and I don't mind a little wear and tear. I've been here for a year now, and nothing weird has ever happened before this. No strange noises, no creepy neighbors, nothing. Just me, my apartment, and a pretty uneventful routine. That changed last week. I had the weekend off, so I figured I'd do a deep clean. You know, the kind where you move furniture, scrub everything down, all that. I don't do it as often as I should, so there was a lot of dust under things. I started in the bedroom. It's small, just my bed, a dresser, and a nightstand. I pushed the bed frame away from the wall to sweep underneath. The second I did, something caught my eye. A crumpled piece of paper. At first, I thought it was just trash that had slipped under there somehow. But when I picked it up, I realized it wasn't just a random scrap of paper. It was a drawing. A child's drawing. The paper was wrinkled and faded, like it had been there for a long time. It showed 4 stick figures, drawn in crayon. Just simple shapes, circles for heads, straight lines for bodies. But what made my stomach tighten was that one of the figures had a thick red X drawn over it. And under each figure there were names. 3 of them were hard to make out because the crayon had smudged over time, but one of them clear as day was my name. I just sat there for a second, staring at it, my mind racing through explanations. I don't have kids. I don't know any kids. So how the hell did a drawing with my name end up under my bed? I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe it was left by the last tenant. Maybe some kid had lived here before, and this was just some random thing they forgot. But that didn't sit right. Because this apartment was completely empty when I moved in. I would have seen this before. And the part that really messed with me? The dust under my bed was thick, like undisturbed for months thick. But the paper, it wasn't dusty at all. Almost like it hadn't been there long. I tried to forget about it. I threw the drawing in the trash and kept cleaning, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Later that night, I found myself digging through my lease agreement, trying to see if there was any info about the previous tenants. There wasn't, just standard paperwork. So I decided to ask the landlord. He's an older guy, late 60s maybe, and he doesn't talk much. Keeps to himself. I only ever see him when I drop off rent checks. I caught him the next morning when he was fixing a light in the hallway. "Hey, do you know who lived in my apartment before me?" He barely looked up. Couple of people over the years. "Any families? Kids?" That got his attention. He gave me this weird look. "Number not for a long time. Last guy was a single man. Before that, a woman, lived alone. Why?" I hesitated. "I just found something weird when I was cleaning." He shrugged. "Could have been here a long time. That place is old. Probably nothing." I could tell he wasn't interested in talking about it, so I didn't push. But it felt off. Something about his reaction. Like maybe he knew more than he was letting on. That night I had trouble sleeping. Not because of the drawing, at least. That's what I told myself, but because my brain wouldn't shut up. I kept replaying it in my mind, the way my name was written, the red X. At some point I must have drifted off because I woke up to a sound. A soft rustling, like paper moving. I turned over, still half asleep, and squinted into the dark. My room was quiet. The only light came from the street lamp outside, casting a faint glow through the blinds. I listened. Nothing. I figured I was just hearing things and rolled over. Then a soft knock. Not on the door. On the floor. I froze. It was so faint, so soft, like someone tapping just beneath me. I held my breath, straining to hear more, but there was nothing, just silence. I must have stayed like that for 10 minutes, heart pounding, ears ringing from listening so hard. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just the building settling. Old places make weird noises, right? But as I tried to go back to sleep, one thought kept creeping back into my mind. The drawing. Had it really been there all along? Or had someone put it there? The next morning I decided I needed to look around more. I started checking places I hadn't before. The back of drawers, inside cabinets, under furniture. And then in the kitchen, wedged behind the refrigerator, I found another drawing. My stomach dropped. It was the same 4 figures. Only this time, the red X was bigger. Like someone had gone over it again and again, pressing harder each time. And beneath the stick figures, there was something new. A word, written in shaky, uneven crayon. Soon. I felt sick. I needed to know who left these here. I grabbed my phone, pulled up the number for my landlord, and hit call. It rang once. Twice. Then he declined the call. I stared at my screen. He didn't even let it go to voicemail. Something was wrong. I could feel it now. This wasn't just some old drawings from a previous tenant. This was deliberate, and I was part of it. That's where I am now. I don't know what to do next. I don't want to overreact, but my gut is telling me this isn't random. Someone left those drawings here. Someone knew my name. And whoever they are, they're still here. Somewhere. Watching. Waiting. I didn't go to work that day. I called in sick, though my boss barely acknowledged it before hanging up. Not surprising, I almost never call out. But I couldn't sit at my desk and pretend everything was normal, not after what I found. I was standing in my kitchen, staring at the second drawing. The red X was darker, angrier than before. The word soon was scrawled underneath in the kind of unsteady handwriting a child would use. But no children had lived here. I knew that now. And yet someone had left this. I wanted to believe it had been here the whole time, hidden behind the fridge, but I couldn't make that lie fit anymore. It didn't make sense. That meant someone had put it there recently. While I was in the apartment, while I was sleeping, I spent the next hour checking every corner of my place, going through everything. Closets, cabinets, behind furniture, every possible hiding place. And then, in the hallway outside my bedroom, I found the floorboard. It was barely noticeable, but when I stepped on it, it shifted just slightly, enough for me to feel the difference. I knelt down, ran my fingers along the edge, and found a tiny gap. My heart was hammering in my chest. I pressed my fingers into the gap and lifted. The board came loose. Beneath it a space, a small, empty compartment. But it hadn't always been empty. I could see the marks on the wood, faint lines where something had been dragged in and out over time. Something roughly the size of the papers I had found. Someone had been hiding them here, and taking them out when they wanted me to find them. I dropped the floorboard back into place and sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the floor. Someone was in my apartment. Not just once, repeatedly. I couldn't pretend otherwise. This wasn't some weird prank or a forgotten relic from a past tenant. Someone had been here, leaving messages for me, watching my reaction. And my landlord knew something. That much was obvious now. He had brushed me off too quickly, shut down my questions before I could push further. And then he ignored my call. Why? Because he knew exactly what I would find. Or worse, he knew who left it. I didn't even bother texting him this time. I threw on my jacket and walked straight out of my apartment, heading for the first floor. His unit was tucked in the corner near the building's front entrance. I had only been down here a few times to drop off rent, to ask about a maintenance request. He had never invited me in. I knocked, waited. Nothing. I knocked again, louder. Footsteps. Then the door opened just a crack. The landlord peered out, expression unreadable. Something wrong? I clenched my jaw. Yeah, actually, I need to talk to you. He didn't move. About what? I held up the second drawing. His eyes flicked to it. No reaction. Then he sighed and opened the door fully. Come in. His apartment was smaller than mine, cluttered, dimly lit. The air smelled faintly of dust and something else, something stale, like old paper left in a damp room. He gestured to a chair near the kitchen table. Sit. I didn't. I held out the drawing. Tell me what this is. His expression didn't change. Looks like a kid's drawing. Yeah, and why is my name on it? That got a reaction. A flicker of something, guilt, annoyance, fear, passed through his eyes before he smoothed it over. I don't know. I didn't buy it. You said no kids have lived here. They haven't. Then who left this? Silence. He rubbed his hand over his face. Look, he muttered. This building is old. A lot of people have come and gone. Maybe one of them. I cut him off. I found a hidden compartment under my floor. His posture stiffened. Bingo. He tried to recover quickly, but it was too late. I pressed harder. I locked my door the second I got back inside, my hand gripping the deadbolt tighter than necessary. My mind was racing. The drawings weren't random. I wasn't the first person to find them. And the last tenant who did, they disappeared. That was all my landlord would give me before he shut down, before he all but told me to drop it and leave. I should have listened, but I couldn't. Because if I was next, if something was actually happening in this apartment, I needed to know what I was up against. I needed to know the truth. I sat on my bed, staring at the floorboard. I had put it back in place earlier, but now it felt like it was mocking me, like there was something beneath it I hadn't found yet. I grabbed the edge and lifted it again. The empty space stared back at me, just a gap of nothingness. But my gut told me there was more. I ran my fingers along the wood, pressing against the bottom panel. It felt solid at first until I hit a loose section. My breath caught. I pressed harder. The wood shifted beneath my hand, and I managed to wedge my fingers underneath the thin panel and pull it free. And that's when I saw it. A small book. I hesitated before picking it up. It was thin, worn down, the edges of the pages curled from time and dust. I flipped it open. Inside, more drawings. Page after page of childlike sketches, all done in crayon. But these weren't just stick figures anymore. These were detailed, messy, chaotic. And the first image? A tiny person curled up in a dark space. A closet, or a crawl space, or a hiding spot. I turned the page. Another drawing. A tall figure standing outside the hiding place. A hand reaching inside. The next page, the small figure being dragged out, and below it a word. Number. I felt sick. These weren't just random sketches. These were memories. Someone had been hiding, and someone had found them. I kept flipping, my hands shaking now. Each image was worse than the last. A child crying in the corner of a room. A locked door. A figure standing in the doorway watching. Then, a drawing of 3 stick figures. 2 were big. 1 was small. The small one had a red X over it. just like the drawing I found under my bed. I swallowed, my mouth dry. I didn't want to turn the page. I did anyway. The last drawing was different. It wasn't crayon. It was written in shaky black ink. Just 5 words. I don't want to go. I slammed the book shut. I needed answers. Now. The landlord wasn't going to help me. But maybe someone else could. I grabbed my laptop and started digging. I searched for missing person reports connected to this building, to this area, anything. At first I found nothing. But then, an article from 10 years ago. A missing child case. A little girl named Lena Parker, 8 years old. Last seen in this building. My breath hitched. I clicked on the article, scrolling through the details. She had lived here with her mother. One day, the mother left for work. When she came back, Lena was gone. No signs of forced entry. No witnesses. Just vanished. I scrolled down, my pulse pounding. The article mentioned the last person to see her. My landlord. My vision blurred for a second. I read the words over and over again, as if they would change. He had been the maintenance man at the time. He was the last person who saw Lena alive. He told police he had fixed a leaky pipe in their unit that morning, that he left and never saw her again. He was never charged. They never found her. She was never seen again. I sat back, my breathing shallow. The drawings, the floorboard, the missing girl, it all clicked into place. She had been hiding here. Maybe from him. Maybe from someone else. She had been trapped inside these walls, in this apartment, in a space no one knew existed. And now, years later, someone was reminding me. I heard it before I even closed my laptop. A faint scraping noise. It was coming from under the floor. My whole body went cold. I slowly stood up, staring at the spot where I had found the book. The scraping was soft, subtle, like something was being pushed against the wood. A piece of paper. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to move. I knelt down, lifted the floorboard one last time. And there it was. A new drawing. Fresh. The red crayon was still smudged, like it had been made just moments ago. I picked it up, my hand shaking. It was me. A stick figure standing in my bedroom. But this time, the red X was over my head. And beneath it, a message. He's coming. I didn't move for a long time. I just sat there, staring at the new drawing in my hands. The red X was over my head this time. And beneath it, a message. He's coming. My chest felt tight. I wasn't stupid. I had been playing detective, digging into something I had no business knowing. And now whoever left these drawings, the same person who had been slipping them under the floor, hiding them in my apartment, watching me, was telling me I had gone too far. That it was too late. I needed to leave. Now. But I didn't. Not yet. Because there was one more thing I had to do. I had to confront the landlord. He had lied. Not just a little, not just omitting the truth. He had outright deceived me. He had told me no kids had ever lived here. That was a lie. I had the proof right in front of me. A missing child. A hidden space inside the apartment. And the landlord, the last person to see her. I couldn't ignore the feeling clawing at my gut any longer. He knew something. Maybe he had been the one to leave the drawings. Maybe he was trying to scare me off before I uncovered the full truth. Or maybe he was the reason Lena Parker was never found. I didn't give myself time to overthink. I grabbed my phone, started recording audio, and headed straight for his unit. The hallway felt longer than usual. My pulse was hammering in my ears as I knocked on his door. Silence. I knocked again, louder. A slow shuffle from inside. Then the door creaked open, just enough for me to see one bloodshot eye staring back at me. What do you want? No pretense this time. No fake politeness. I held up the drawing. You tell me. His eyes flicked to the paper in my hand, but he didn't react. Not the way I expected. He didn't look surprised, just tired, like he had been waiting for this. "Where did you find that?" His voice was hoarse. "Under the floorboards." My grip on the paper tightened, along with a book, and I found something else too, a news article about Lena Parker. His jaw tensed. "You said no kids lived here. That was a lie." He exhaled through his nose. "Go home." "Number." I stepped forward. "Tell me what happened. Tell me why someone keeps leaving these." His grip on the doorframe tightened. "If you were smart, you'd stop looking." That's not an answer. I expected him to get angry, to slam the door in my face, but he didn't. Instead, he did something worse. He laughed, low and bitter. "You think you're the first?" he asked. I froze. His gaze drifted down the hall, almost like he was remembering something. "Every few years," he murmured, "someone like you moves in, someone who starts digging." A sick feeling curled in my stomach. "And then?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. His eyes snapped back to mine. Then they disappear. I stepped back, my pulse slamming against my ribs. "What does that mean?" He didn't answer. I tried again. "What happened to Lena?" He exhaled, shaking his head. "You don't want to know." I felt the weight of my phone in my pocket. The recording was still running, but I wasn't sure I wanted to hear what came next. Still, I had come too far to stop now. "Did you take her?" I asked. He flinched like I had hit him. "God, no." He ran a hand down his face. "I tried to help her." Silence stretched between us. And then, finally spoke. "She was hiding," he said, his voice quieter now. "I found her one night, maybe a week before she disappeared. She was curled up in the laundry room, shivering. I asked where her mother was, but she just kept saying, 'He's coming,' and..." A shiver ran through me. "Who?" I asked. He shook his head. "She never said. Just kept drawing pictures in the dust on the floor, over and over." He swallowed hard. "The same thing every time. 4 figures, 1 crossed out." My throat tightened. "Just like the drawing I found." She was terrified. His voice was distant now, like he was somewhere else. "I told her to go home, but she refused. Said she wasn't safe there, that he would find her." He rubbed his temples. "And then, one day, she was gone. Just like that." My voice came out hoarse. He nodded. "Her mother came home from work and Lena wasn't there. No signs of a struggle, no forced entry." I swallowed hard. "And you didn't tell the police about what she said, about the drawings?" "I did." His eyes darkened. "They didn't care. They said kids make things up, that maybe she ran away." I thought of the drawings hidden in my apartment, the notebook under the floorboards, the warning I had just received. "He's coming." I backed away. "You need to leave," the landlord said again. His voice wasn't threatening. It was pleading. "You don't understand," he continued. "Whoever did this, whoever took her, they never left." My stomach turned to ice. The words didn't make sense, but I felt the truth in them. I opened my mouth to ask more, but at that moment, a loud knock sounded from my apartment door. My blood ran cold. I turned my head slowly, my breath catching in my throat. I could see the dark outline of someone standing outside my door. The landlord's face drained of color. "Don't answer it." His voice was barely audible. The knocking came again, harder this time. My body refused to move. Then, a single sheet of paper slid under my door. A new drawing. I already knew what it would be. A single stick figure, standing alone, a red X over its head. And this time, there were no other figures left. I stood frozen in the hallway, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it might crack a rib. The knock had stopped, but the paper was still there, half tucked under my door. The landlord was staring at it too, his face drained of color. His breathing had gone shallow, his hands shaking slightly at his sides. "Don't," he whispered, "just don't." But I had to, because I already knew what I would see. I stepped forward, my fingers stiff as I reached down and picked it up. A new drawing. Just one stick figure now, standing alone, No other figures beside it. A red X over its head. My head. And beneath it one word. Tonight. My stomach turned over. My pulse felt like static in my ears. "Pack a bag," the landlord said suddenly. "Get your keys, get your phone. You're leaving." My voice came out hoarse. "What?" He grabbed my arm, harder than I expected, and turned me to face him. "You don't have time." His voice was a low, urgent whisper. "Whoever's doing this, they're coming for you." I yanked my arm away, backing up. My head was spinning. None of this made sense. "I don't even know who they are," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. His eyes flicked to my door. His jaw was clenched so tight the veins in his neck stood out. "I don't either," he admitted. "I just know they don't stop. Not until you're gone." Something about the fear in his voice rattled me. This was real, and if I didn't leave now, I might not get the chance. I turned and walked straight back to my apartment. The hallway felt wrong, too quiet, like someone was listening, watching. I locked the door behind me and forced myself to think. I needed to go, now. But as I grabbed my bag and stuffed it with the bare essentials, wallet, phone, charger, shoes, jacket, my mind wouldn't stop replaying everything. The drawings, the hidden floorboard, the missing girl, the landlord's warnings, and the last person who lived here, the one who disappeared. Had they gotten the same drawing, the same warnings? Had they tried to leave too? I didn't want to know. I just wanted to get the hell out. I grabbed my bag and turned for the door, but I stopped. The air in the apartment had changed. I felt it before I heard it. A presence, a shift in the silence, and then the softest sound, a floorboard creaking. Inside the apartment, behind me, my breath hitched. I turned my head just slightly, enough to see. The closet door was open. Not much. Just an inch. A thin, black gap in the darkness. Someone was inside. I didn't wait. I grabbed the door handle, yanked it open, and ran. Down the hall, past the landlord's unit, out the front door of the building, into the night, my lungs burning, my heart slamming against my ribs. I didn't stop running until I was across the street, halfway down the block. Only then did I turn back. From where I stood, I could see my apartment window, dimly lit from the street lamp outside. And I swear to God, for a split second I saw a face in the glass. Not my reflection. Someone else. Watching me. Still. Unblinking. I left that night. Never went back. Never even tried to get my things. I broke my lease, ignored the landlord's calls, and crashed on a friend's couch for a while before finding another place. Somewhere far away. I tried to move on. Tried to tell myself it was just some sick game, some deranged prank by someone who had access to my apartment. But that doesn't explain everything. It doesn't explain the drawings that got worse every time. It doesn't explain the person hiding in my walls. And it doesn't explain why it keeps happening. A month after I left, I checked the rental listings. My apartment was back up. Same price, same description. No mention of anything that happened. I scrolled down, looking at the photos, and then I saw something that made my skin crawl. A picture of the bedroom. It was empty now, my bed, my furniture, all of it gone. But on the wall, near the closet, I could see it. A single red crayon mark. A thick X. Like someone had started another drawing, waiting for the next tenant.
I moved into this apartment 6 months ago, and for the most part it's been quiet. It's a small building, only 6 units in total, and most of the tenants keep to themselves. That's part of what drew me here. Ain't no loud parties, no crowded hallways, no unnecessary interactions. The layout is simple. 3 floors, 2 units per level. I live on the 2nd floor, apartment 2B, and the unit next to mine 2A has been vacant since I moved in.
I know because I asked the landlord when I signed the lease. He mentioned it offhand, saying the last tenant moved out suddenly and he hadn't gotten around to renting it again. I didn't think much of it at the time. Then I started hearing the screams. It started a few weeks ago. At first I thought I had imagined it. I was up late working on my laptop with my headphones in when I heard something faint. I pulled out my earbuds and listened. A voice, muffled but unmistakable. A woman, crying. I sat there for a moment, waiting to hear more. It was so distant, so quiet, that I thought maybe it was just someone on the street. But then it happened again, closer this time. It was coming from 2A, the vacant apartment. I stood up, pressing my ear to the wall that separated my unit from the one next door. The sobbing was clearer now, soft, broken, raw. And then, all at once, it stopped. I waited, held my breath, listened for movement. Nothing. I told myself I was imagining things. That old buildings make weird noises, that maybe I had been hearing something from another floor, another unit, another explanation, that didn't involve someone crying in an empty apartment. That worked for one night. Then it happened again. This time, I was ready. I checked the clock, 2:03 a.m. The same sound-muffled sobs, like someone desperately trying to keep quiet but failing. I moved closer to the wall, listened. The crying grew louder, then suddenly cut off with a sharp gasp. And then, footsteps. Not mine. Not above me. Inside 2A, I backed away from the wall, my pulse hammering. There shouldn't be anyone in there. The landlord said it was empty. No one had moved in. I grabbed my phone and pulled up the building's emergency maintenance number. I hesitated. What was I supposed to say? I think I heard something in the empty apartment next door. I knew how that would go. They'd send someone over the next day, take a quick look around, and tell me I was hearing things. I locked my door instead. That night, I barely slept. The next morning, I caught my landlord in the hallway. He's an older guy, always wearing the same faded flannel and a pair of jeans that look like they've been through 100 washes too many. "Hey," I said, keeping my voice casual. "Someone moved into 2A?" He frowned. Number, still empty. I hesitated. "You sure?" His frown deepened. "Why?" I shrugged. "I thought I heard something last night. Sounded like someone was in there." He let out a dry chuckle. "Unless they're paying rent under the table, there shouldn't be." I tried to gauge his reaction. He didn't seem worried, didn't even seem particularly interested. "You got thin walls," he said, already turning toward the stairwell. "Sound carries." That was the end of the conversation. Thin walls. That was the answer I was supposed to accept. But thin walls don't explain what happened the next night. I was already on edge, lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting. 2 a.m. Silence. 2:02 a.m. Still nothing. 2:05 a.m. Then, a knock. Not on my door. On the wall between my apartment and 2A. Slow, deliberate. 3 knocks. I sat up so fast I nearly lost my balance. I didn't move, didn't breathe. 3 more knocks. Closer. I forced myself to stand, my legs unsteady beneath me. I moved toward the wall, pressing my palm against the cold surface. The apartment was supposed to be empty. I knocked back. Once, a pause. Then, the sound of something scraping against the floor. Not a shuffle, not footsteps. Something being dragged. I stumbled back, my mind racing through every possible explanation. An animal? A squatter? A mistake? I grabbed my phone and called my landlord. It went to voicemail. I swallowed hard, staring at the wall, my thoughts a tangled mess. I needed to see inside that apartment, and I wasn't going to wait for permission. The next morning, when the landlord wasn't around, I checked the maintenance closet in the basement. It was unlocked. I found the master key. I held it in my palm, my fingers pressing into the cold metal. If I was wrong, I'd look like an idiot. Maybe I'd even get in trouble. But if I was right, I had to know. That night,
I waited until 1:45 a.m. I stood outside 2A, key in hand.
At 2 a.m., I heard it again. A muffled sob. I slid the key into the lock, pulse pounding. Turned it. The door clicked open. I stepped inside. The air smelled stale, untouched, the kind of scent places get when they've been closed off for too long. I took a slow step forward. The floor creaked beneath my weight. The apartment was dark, but I could just make out the outlines of covered furniture, empty counters, a bare mattress on the floor. And then, a whisper, right behind me. "You shouldn't be here." I spun, but there was nothing. Just an empty doorway leading into the bathroom. I backed up, my skin crawling, every instinct screaming at me to leave. I reached for the door handle. That's when I noticed it. The closet. The door was slightly open, and inside, through the narrow gap, a pair of wide, unblinking eyes staring back at me. I couldn't move. The eyes in the closet were locked onto mine, wide and unblinking. For a moment, everything around me disappeared. The air felt thick, suffocating, like the walls were closing in, like the entire apartment was holding its breath. Then the door creaked open another inch. I didn't think, I just reacted. I grabbed the door handle, yanked it open, and swung my flashlight inside. The closet was empty. The light flickered over bare walls, an old wooden shelf, and dust floating in the stale air. No one was there. I stood frozen, my pulse hammering against my ribs. I had seen something. I knew I had. I scanned the space again, taking slow, careful steps forward. The closet was deeper than I expected, narrow but long, stretching further back than it should have. The walls had patchy, uneven paint, as if something had been covered up. And then my flashlight landed on something that made my stomach drop. Fingernail scratches. Dozens of them, lining the back wall. Some were old, faded, like they had been there for years. Others were sharper, fresher, deeper. My breath came too fast now, my fingers tingling with adrenaline. Someone had been in here. Not recently, but at some point, someone had clawed at this wall. I reached out, hesitating, then pressed my palm against the back panel. It felt hollow, the tiniest gap between the wood and the drywall. I curled my fingers under the edge and pulled. The entire panel shifted. Behind it, a dark, gaping hole, a hidden passage. And that's when I heard it. A sharp inhale, not mine, from inside the wall. I staggered backward, barely managing to catch myself before I fell. My flashlight wobbled in my grip, the beam slicing through the darkness like a blade. The breath had been soft, faint, but it was real. Someone was in there. I didn't stop to think. I grabbed the closet door, yanked it shut, and bolted. Out of 2A, out of the hallway, into my own apartment, where I locked both the deadbolt and the chain, my hands shaking as I slid to the floor. What the hell had I just found? I didn't sleep. The next morning I debated calling the cops, but what was I supposed to say? I think there's a hidden passage in an empty apartment, and I heard breathing inside it. That was the fastest way to get them to shrug it off, or worse, think I'd lost it. Number, I needed proof. I spent the entire day pretending things were normal. Went to work, ran errands, answered texts like I wasn't unraveling. Then, at midnight, I grabbed a small camera I used for work, set it to night vision, and slipped out of my apartment. I knew if I waited too long, I'd lose my nerve. I unlocked 2A again and slipped inside. It was colder tonight, or maybe it just felt that way. The closet door was still shut. I stood there for a moment, gripping the camera so tightly my knuckles ached. Then, I moved forward and opened the door. The closet looked exactly the same, scratches along the walls, the hollow panel, the passage behind it gaping like an open wound. I turned on the camera. Then, without giving myself time to hesitate, I reached inside. The air was cooler in there, stagnant. I pushed the camera in further, angling it toward the unseen space beyond. I hit record. Then I pulled my arm back and shut the closet door. I left immediately. Back in my own apartment, I locked the door behind me and sat on the floor staring at the camera in my hands. I didn't want to watch the footage, but I had to. I took a deep breath, clicked play, and let the recording run. The screen flickered to life. The grainy night vision captured everything in eerie green and black. The closet, the panel, the hidden passage. The footage moved as I pushed the camera inside, catching glimpses of what lay beyond. A narrow tunnel, too small to be a real passageway, too big to be a structural gap. And then, something moved. I sat up, pulse slamming against my ribs. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, a trick of the light. But then I saw it. A hand, thin, pale. It reached out toward the camera. Then, a face, peeking from the darkness. A woman. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, staring directly at the lens. I could see every detail, the sharp bones of her face, the dark hollows under her eyes, her lips parted like she was about to speak. And then, she lurched forward. The footage cut to static. I dropped the camera, my entire body rigid with fear. I had seen her. She had seen me. And she was still in there, watching, waiting. And now, she knew I had found her. I sat there for a long time, staring at the camera like it might start playing on its own again, like maybe I had imagined what I had seen. I hadn't. There had been a woman inside the wall. She had reached for the camera. She had seen me. And now, she knew that I had seen her too. My body was tense, rigid, every muscle coiled like a spring, but my mind was racing, trying to process what this meant. Had she been there the whole time? Had she been living inside that hidden passage, moving between the walls? Had she been the one crying at night, knocking on my wall, listening to me when I thought I was alone? The thought made my stomach twist. I needed to get out of here. But then what? I couldn't just leave. If I walked away now, I'd never sleep again. I'd always wonder if she was still there, if she had moved into another wall, if she had already found someone else to watch. I needed to end this. I grabbed my phone and dialed the landlord. It went to voicemail, again. I left a message, my voice sharp and controlled. I know someone's been living in 2A. There's a hidden space in the wall, and I have it on camera. Either you deal with it, or I call the police. I ended the call before he could ignore it. Then, I grabbed the camera and forced myself to watch the footage again. The woman's face, pale and hollow, stared back at me. I paused the video, heart pounding, and looked closer. Her eyes were too wide, like she had been in the dark too long. Her skin looked gray, stretched, like she had been sick or starving. She had been hiding. But from who? I didn't sleep. Every sound, every creak of the old building made my skin prickle. I was hyper-aware of the wall next to me, of the empty apartment beyond it that wasn't really empty. I stayed up, sitting in the living room with a knife clutched in my hand. It was stupid, but it made me feel like I had some kind of control. At 3:45 a.m., my phone buzzed. A text. From the landlord. "I'll handle it. Don't go into 2A again." Something about those words made my skin crawl. I stared at the message, rereading it, feeling the weight of it settle in my chest. I should have been relieved. I should have felt safer. I didn't, because something about this wasn't right. The next day I stayed home waiting. The landlord showed up around noon. He didn't knock on my door. He went straight to 2A. I pressed my ear to the wall, listening. There was movement, the sound of something heavy scraping across the floor. Then muffled voices. Not just him. Someone else was in there. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was urgent. Angry. Then, a sound that made my stomach drop. A whimper. It was her. I didn't think I just moved. I grabbed my phone and started recording as I unlocked my door and stepped into the hallway. The door to 2A was slightly ajar. I pushed it open. The landlord spun around, eyes wild. And in front of him, the woman, filthy, thin, wrists bound with duct tape. Her mouth was covered, but her eyes, those same wide, terrified eyes from my camera, locked onto mine. She was real, not a ghost, not my imagination. A person, trapped inside this rotting apartment, inside the walls, for God knows how long. The landlord's face twisted into something ugly. "I told you to stay out of this." I didn't respond. I raised my phone, made sure he saw it recording. His expression shifted. A second of hesitation, a flicker of fear. Then he ran, shoved past me and bolted down the hallway. I didn't chase him. I turned to the woman and hurried toward her, ripping the tape from her mouth. Her voice came out hoarse, barely a whisper. "Please, don't let him take me again." I grabbed my phone with one hand, dialing 911 as I used the other to cut the bindings from her wrists. The dispatcher picked up. "My name is Redacted. I live at Redacted. There's a woman being held hostage in my building. The suspect just fled." The woman sagged against me, her breathing ragged, and I held her up, waiting for sirens, waiting for this nightmare to end. The police arrived fast. They searched the building top to bottom, but the landlord was gone. He had vanished, like he had known this moment was coming. The woman, her name was Hannah, was taken to the hospital. She had been missing for almost 2 years. The last thing she remembered before waking up in the walls was being in her car. Someone had pulled her over, flashing what looked like a badge. Then darkness. She had been kept somewhere else first, but eventually she was moved here, locked inside that hidden passage, in the space between walls. She had knocked. She had screamed, and no one had heard her. Until me. The investigation is still ongoing. The police found other hidden spaces in the building. No bodies, but other signs. Hair, scraps of fabric, old restraints. I moved out the next day. I didn't care about my security deposit. I didn't care about the lease. I just packed and left. Because even though she was gone, even though the apartment was empty again, I still felt like someone was watching, like there were still eyes inside those walls, and I wasn't waiting to find out if they were real.
I first noticed something was off when I got a password reset email from my bank. It was late, nearly midnight, and I was just about to go to bed when my phone buzzed. The subject line read, "Your password reset request." I hadn't requested anything. At first, I assumed it was just one of those phishing scams, the kind that try to bait you into clicking a fake link. But when I checked the sender, it was legitimately from my bank. Still, I ignored it, figuring it was a mistake. Maybe someone had entered the wrong email by accident. The next morning, I got another one. Then another. It started happening with other accounts too, my Amazon, my Uber, my email. I kept getting notifications about password reset attempts. But when I logged in, nothing seemed different. I changed all my passwords anyway, just in case. It was annoying, but I wasn't too concerned yet. That changed when I saw the first charge. A $32 order from a sushi place I had never been to. It was from my DoorDash account, and the receipt showed the food had been delivered, but not to my address. It had gone somewhere else. I checked the order history, my stomach tightening as I scrolled. The sushi wasn't the only charge. There were 3 separate Uber rides I never took, a coffee order from a Starbucks across town, and a grocery delivery with items I would never buy. Whoever was doing this wasn't just using my account. They were living as me. I called DoorDash customer service immediately. After waiting on hold for what felt like forever, a representative finally picked up. "Hi, I think someone hacked my account, I explained. I just saw an order that I didn't place. Of course. Let me pull that up, the woman on the phone said. After a few seconds, she continued. Okay, I see the order. It was delivered last night. Yeah, but not to me, I said. I never ordered it. She hesitated. Huh, that's odd. The order was placed through your logged-in account with the same saved payment method. It wasn't a guest checkout. So, how did someone else use it? Do you think it could have been a family member or a friend? She asked. I nearly laughed. I live alone. Another pause. Then, would you like me to update your account security and issue a refund? Please. She walked me through resetting everything. I changed my password again, removed all saved payment details, and added two-factor authentication. Then I checked my bank statements to make sure nothing else was wrong. For the rest of the day, I tried to convince myself it was just some kind of weird, elaborate scam. That night, though, I got a notification from Uber. Your ride has arrived. My stomach dropped. I opened the app, heart pounding, and saw an active trip listed under my account. The pickup location was downtown, a few miles from where I lived. The destination was an apartment building in a neighborhood I had never been to. I watched the car's location on the app, its little blue dot moving along the street in real time. Someone had actually used my account to order a ride. And right now they were inside that car, heading toward that address. I called Uber support in a panic. This ride isn't mine, I said, barely able to keep my voice steady. I didn't request it. The man on the other end spoke calmly, as if this were completely normal. I see the trip on your account. The driver has already picked up the passenger. I know, that's the problem. That's not me in the car. Another long pause. I could hear the rep typing in the background. The trip was placed through your device, he said. And, the driver confirmed the pickup. They verified the passenger matched the profile picture. Profile picture? I hadn't uploaded a profile picture to my Uber account. What picture? I asked. The one linked to your account. A cold, creeping sensation crawled up my spine. Can you describe it? There was a hesitation before he answered. It looks like a selfie. A man with dark hair, wearing a gray hoodie. My breath caught in my throat. I did have dark hair, and I did own a gray hoodie. But I had never taken that picture. I slammed the app closed and checked my email. There was a new message from Uber. Your ride has been completed. The receipt showed that the trip had ended at the unknown apartment. The driver had dropped whoever this was off safely at home. Except it wasn't their home. It was mine. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, every nerve in my body on edge. I had changed all my passwords. I had locked down my accounts. But someone out there was still getting in. And worst of all, they weren't just using my name. They were pretending to be me. The next morning, I barely touched my coffee. My hands were too unsteady to hold the mug without spilling it. My mind raced, replaying every detail from the night before. Someone was using my accounts. Someone was impersonating me, and somehow they had access to things they shouldn't. I called my bank first. Hi, I need to report suspicious activity. I said the second an agent picked up.
They pulled up my account and went through the usual security questions. When I explained what had been happening, the agent's tone shifted slight more cautious, like he was choosing his words carefully. "We don't see any unauthorized withdrawals or transfers," he said, "but there was a recent attempt to open a new checking account under your name." I nearly dropped my phone. "What?" "Yesterday evening. It was started online, but it looks like the application wasn't completed." I swallowed hard. What would someone need to finish it? They'd have to go in person to verify their identity. My stomach twisted. Someone had filled out an application as me and had planned to walk into the bank, show their ID, and become me. "How did they get past the security checks?" I asked. He hesitated. "Well, they entered the correct social security number." I felt like the room was tilting. I gripped the edge of the counter to steady myself. My social security number. Not just my email, not just my passwords. This was something much worse. I barely heard the rest of what the agent said. He advised me to file an official fraud report and to place a freeze on my credit. I agreed and hung up, my pulse hammering in my ears. This wasn't just hacking. This wasn't just some scammer buying food on my dime. Someone had my personal information, everything they needed, to erase me and take my place. I checked my email again, scanning through every message. There was something new, a notification from a credit monitoring service I didn't remember signing up for. "Your profile update has been completed." I clicked it. Apparently, I had changed my contact number. The last 4 digits weren't mine. I had seen enough. I grabbed my coat and car keys. I was going to the apartment, the one from the Uber trip. The building was about 20 minutes away, in a neighborhood I had never been to. It was an older complex, a little rundown but not abandoned. The lobby doors were locked, but I didn't need to wait long before someone came out, letting me slip inside. The hallway smelled of stale carpet and cigarette smoke. I checked the Uber receipt again, double-checking the address, apartment 2B. I walked up to the second floor, heart pounding. The number plate on the door was slightly crooked. I knocked once, then twice, straining to hear any movement inside. Nothing. I knocked again. "Hello?" Still no response, but I felt something, that strange crawling sensation that I wasn't alone. I pressed my ear to the door, faint shuffling, a whisper of movement, like someone shifting their weight. Then silence. Someone was in there. I knocked one more time, harder. "I know you're in there." A long pause, then footsteps slow and deliberate approaching the door. The handle turned slightly, but the door didn't open. I held my breath. Then, just as quietly, the footsteps retreated. I stood there, my skin crawling. Whoever was inside had walked right up to the door, listened to me standing there, and then walked away. I needed to see who it was. I glanced around, looking for anything reflective. A peephole, a glass panel. There, a small, warped door viewer. I leaned in just enough to get a distorted look inside. The hallway behind me reflected faintly, along with a glimpse of the dimly lit apartment. And then, a face. My face. The breath left my lungs all at once. I jerked back so fast I nearly stumbled. The warped reflection showed me staring through the peephole, but it wasn't me. It was him. The door didn't open. No movement. Nothing. I turned and walked away, forcing myself to move at a normal pace, even though my entire body screamed at me to run. I didn't stop until I was outside, back in my car, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I sat there for a long time, staring at the apartment building. Someone who looked exactly like me lived there, and he knew that I had found him. I barely remember the drive home. My mind was in overdrive, scrambling for answers. A twin I never knew about, a relative, a perfect look-alike. It didn't make sense. Back in my apartment, I locked every door, every window. I checked them twice, then 3 times. My own reflection in the hallway mirror unsettled me now. I turned it to face the wall. I needed proof of what I had seen. I grabbed my laptop and started digging. The apartment complex wasn't listed on any rental sites. No leasing office number, no online presence at all. I searched public records. Nothing. It was as if the place didn't officially exist. Then, I searched my own name. I expected to see the usual social media, work listings, but there was something new. A second listing. Same name, same birth date, different city. I clicked on it, my breath caught in my throat. There was a profile picture, and it was him. The man from the apartment. The man pretending to be me. I stared at the screen, my heart hammering so hard it felt like it might crack my ribs. There he was me. The profile photo wasn't just a similar-looking man. It was identical. Same haircut, same eyes, same sharp angle of my jaw. Even the slight scar near my temple, the one I got as a kid falling off my bike, was there. But it wasn't my account. It was another me. The name was mine, the birth date was mine, but the location was different 3 cities over. I clicked on the profile, my fingers icy against the trackpad. It was sparse, a few professional details, a couple of linked accounts, but one thing stood out: a connection to a bank. The same bank that had flagged my account for an attempted duplicate. I swallowed, my throat dry. The pieces were clicking into place in a way I didn't like. This wasn't identity theft. It was something worse. I checked the profile's activity, looking for anything I could use: an address, a workplace, even a phone number. But before I could dig deeper, something popped up on my screen. New message request. Me wants to connect. I froze. I had seen that profile minutes ago, had clicked through it, had scrolled through every detail. There was no way he knew. Unless he was looking at me too. My hands shook as I hovered over the request. I knew I shouldn't click it, knew that engaging in any way would be a mistake. But I had to see. I accepted. Immediately, a message came through. Why are you looking for me? I stared at the words, my own name at the top of the chat, a conversation with myself. I didn't type anything. Another message. You shouldn't have come to the apartment. A sharp chill rippled down my spine. I hadn't told anyone, I hadn't called the police, hadn't mentioned it to a single person. The air in my apartment suddenly felt thick. My hands hovered over the keyboard. Then, another message. You should stop now. I slammed the laptop shut. My chest was tight, my skin cold. My mind screamed at me to shut it all down, log out, wipe my accounts, pretend none of this had happened. But I couldn't. I needed to know who he was. And more than that, I needed to know what he wanted. I didn't sleep that night. I barely moved from my chair, staring at the darkened screen of my laptop like it might suddenly flicker back to life on its own. By morning, I had made my decision. I was going to that bank. If he had set up an account there, then there was proof, a paper trail, a record, something that showed that he had walked inside and pretended to be me. I took a deep breath, grabbed my keys, and left. The bank was about an hour away, in the same city his profile had listed. I walked in, keeping my expression neutral, trying to ignore the way my hands were damp with sweat. A teller greeted me with a polite smile. "How can I help you today?" I steadied my voice. I think someone might have opened an account under my name. She nodded, pulling up a screen. "Okay, do you have an account with us already?" I swallowed. "Number." She started typing. "All right, let me check." Then she stopped. Her expression flickered just for a second. A moment of hesitation before she straightened in her chair. "Yes, we do have an account under your name," she said carefully. "Would you like to access it?" I forced myself to stay calm. "I don't remember opening it." Her polite smile didn't waver, but I saw something shift in her eyes. She was too calm. I realized, with a slow creeping sense of horror, she recognized me, the real me. But that meant someone had already been here. I forced a laugh, shaking my head like it was just a silly mistake. "You know what? Maybe I did open it and forgot. No worries." I turned to leave. But before I could take a step, she said, "Sir?" I froze. She hesitated. "You came in this morning, didn't you?" My stomach dropped. I turned back slowly. "What?" Her fingers tapped against the desk. Her expression was polite, but there was an unease there now. "You came in right when we opened. You had all your documents. I helped you myself." I couldn't breathe. She saw him. This morning, today, while I had been at home, staring at my laptop, wondering what to do. He had been here. I swallowed, trying to keep my voice steady. "And everything checked out?" She nodded. "Yes, you had all the right information." A pause. Then, softer. "But your hair was shorter." I forced a tight smile, every muscle in my body locking up. "Right. I was just checking, thanks." I turned and walked out, my pulse slamming in my ears. I didn't stop until I was back in my car. I locked the doors, my hands clenched into fists on my lap. He had been here. He had walked inside, given them my information, looked just like me except for one tiny detail. I pulled out my phone, opened the front camera. My reflection stared back, my hair slightly unkempt from stress, a few days of stubble on my jaw. That was the difference. He was keeping up with my appearance. He knew exactly what I looked like every day, every change. And he was adjusting himself to match. I felt something cold settle in my gut. He wasn't just pretending to be me. He was watching me. I sat in my car, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. My reflection in the rearview mirror stared back at me, eyes hollow, face pale. He had been here today. I was losing time. I had spent the morning locked in my apartment, paranoid and staring at my laptop, while he had walked into this bank and pretended to be me. He had handed them my information. He had looked like me, but not exactly. I pulled out my phone and opened the camera again, staring at my reflection. I ran a hand through my hair, heart pounding. It had been getting long. I had been meaning to get a haircut. He already had. He was keeping up with me, adjusting himself. I felt sick. For a long time I didn't move. My hands stayed clenched in my lap, my breathing shallow. There was nowhere to go, no next step that made sense. I couldn't call the police and tell them I had a clone running around town, opening bank accounts and impersonating me. They would think I was crazy. Maybe I was crazy. But then my phone vibrated. A new message. I didn't want to look. I already knew who it was from. You shouldn't have come here. The air in the car felt suffocating. I stared at the screen, every nerve in my body screaming at me to shut the phone off, to pretend I never saw it. Another message. Stop looking for me. My throat felt tight. I could barely breathe. I hovered over the reply button. My fingers twitched. Every logical part of my brain told me not to respond. But I typed anyway. Who are you? A long pause. Then 3 dots appeared, the ones that meant he was typing. I gritted my teeth, my heart hammering so loud I could barely hear anything else. Then the message popped up. I am you. My entire body went cold. I shut the phone off and threw it onto the passenger seat. I needed to leave. I turned the key in the ignition, the engine rumbling to life beneath my shaking hands. The roads blurred past me, my thoughts spiraling. I had no plan, no destination. I just knew I had to get away. But as I pulled out of the parking lot, something caught my eye. A man standing across the street. He was watching me. And he looked exactly like me. My chest clenched. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be possible. But there he was. His hair was shorter, neatly trimmed. His face was clean shaven. He wore the same black jacket I owned, the one I had been meaning to throw out but hadn't gotten around to yet. And then he smiled. A slow, deliberate curve of his lips. Like he was waiting. Like he knew. I slammed my foot on the gas and sped away. I didn't go home. I couldn't. Instead, I drove aimlessly, my grip on the wheel so tight my fingers ached. My mind raced, trying to piece together something that made sense. Someone was pretending to be me. Someone had my information. Someone had been watching me, studying me, copying me. I pulled into a gas station miles away from the bank. I needed a moment to think, to breathe. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as I got out of the car. The air was sharp and cool against my skin. I filled my tank, my body still tense. Every shadow, every figure in the distance made my skin crawl. I needed answers. I grabbed my phone, hesitating before turning it back on. The second the screen lit up, a new notification appeared. Unknown number, voicemail. My stomach churned. I pressed play. At first, there was only silence. Then breathing. Not heavy, not aggressive, just slow, steady breathing. Then a voice. My voice. You should really stop looking for me. Click. The voicemail ended. I stood there, frozen, the sounds of the gas station fading around me. I had never called myself. I had never left that voicemail. But there it was. Me. Talking to me. I turned the phone off again, shoving it deep into my pocket like that would make it disappear. I couldn't stay here. I needed to go somewhere safe. But nowhere felt safe anymore. I ended up at a cheap motel on the outskirts of town. I paid in cash. I didn't want to leave a digital trail, not when someone else already had access to everything about me. The room was small, stale, a single bed, a desk, a bathroom with a flickering light. I locked the door, bolted it, shoved a chair against the handle. Then I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the wall. My mind kept looping through everything. The hacked accounts, the Uber ride, the bank visit, the way he had looked at me smiling, as if he already knew what I was going to do next. I needed proof. I pulled out my laptop, my fingers moving on autopilot as I went back to his fake profile. But when the page loaded, something was different. His profile picture had changed. It was new. And it was exactly how I looked now. The stubble, the slightly longer hair, the exhaustion in my eyes. I felt my pulse in my throat. Then a new notification. He's typing. I didn't wait to see what he had to say. I shut the laptop and slid it under the bed like that would somehow erase what I just saw. My breathing was uneven. My hands were shaking. This wasn't someone stealing my identity. This wasn't some scammer using my name. This was someone becoming me. And I didn't know how to stop him. I didn't sleep. I sat in that dingy motel room, the chair still pressed against the door, my back against the wall. The laptop lay face down on the floor, the screen dark. The air felt heavy, pressing down on me like the weight of something unseen. I had spent the past few days watching my own life unravel. A stranger had been using my accounts, spending my money, signing my name. But this wasn't just identity theft. He was becoming me. And he was always one step ahead. I thought about the bank teller's hesitation, the way she looked at me like she already knew who I was, except she had seen him first. I thought about the Uber driver who had picked him up, the fact that he had shown them a photo of me. He was building something, a version of me that was slightly different, slightly better. He had neater hair, cleaner clothes, a more confident posture. A version of me that the world would accept without question. And now, he knew I had found him. The air in the room felt too thick. I couldn't stay here. I had to end this. The drive back to the city was a blur. My hands were steady on the wheel, but my mind raced with every possibility of what I was about to do. I wasn't thinking about what would happen if I found him. I was thinking about what would happen if I didn't. The bank had been a dead end. He wouldn't go back there. But I knew where he had gone. The apartment. The one from the Uber ride, the one he had set up for himself while pretending to be me. That was where it had started. That was where I would find him. I parked across the street and sat there for a moment, gripping the steering wheel. The building looked exactly the same as the last time I had been here. The same dimly lit hallway. The same slightly crooked number plate on the door of 2B. I stepped out of the car. My chest was tight, but I kept my breathing steady. I didn't know what I would do when I got inside. I didn't know if he would be there. But I knew I had to see this through. I climbed the stairs, my footsteps barely making a sound. The hallway smelled like stale air and cleaning chemicals. The light above 2B flickered, casting the door in and out of shadow. I knocked once, then again. No answer. I reached for the handle. It turned. Unlocked. I stepped inside. The apartment was nearly identical to mine, the same layout, the same furniture, arranged in the same places. But there were small differences. The couch was newer. The dishes were stacked neatly in the sink. The air smelled like fresh laundry, like someone had just cleaned. And then I saw the photographs. They were pinned to the wall, arranged neatly in a grid. Photos of me, taken from a distance. Some were from inside my apartment, others from outside at the grocery store, walking to work, sitting in my car. I scanned them, my stomach twisting. Then I saw the most recent one. It was taken today. I was standing in the gas station parking lot, staring at my phone. Someone had been watching me. Someone had followed me there. A shuffling noise came from the hallway behind me. I turned. He was standing in the doorway. He looked exactly like me. Same face, same clothes. But he had already adjusted. His hair was slightly shorter than mine now. His stubble was gone. His shirt was tucked in neatly, the way I sometimes did when I wanted to look more put together. He smiled. "You shouldn't have come here," he said. My chest tightened. I took a slow step back, forcing myself to stay calm. "Who are you?" He tilted his head. "You know who I am." I swallowed. "How long have you been doing this?" He didn't answer right away. He stepped forward, his eyes locked onto mine. "I didn't take anything from you," he said softly. "I just made things better." My pulse pounded in my ears. "Better?" He smiled again, a slow, measured expression. "I've been cleaning up your messes, organizing your accounts, paying off that old credit card balance you forgot about. I even scheduled your next dentist appointment." I felt my stomach drop. "How did you get my information?" I asked. His smile faded slightly. "I've always had it." I took another step back. "You're not me." His expression didn't change. I could be. The room felt smaller, the air tighter. I could see it now, the final step. He had replaced everything else. The accounts, the documents, the records. The only thing left to replace was me. I clenched my fists. "You're not real." He exhaled, almost amused. If I wasn't real, how did the bank believe me? How did the Uber driver pick me up? How did the world decide that I was you? My breathing was shallow. "You can't just take my life." He didn't move. "I already have." A silence stretched between us. Then he lunged. I stumbled back, my heel catching on the carpet. We crashed into the table, sending the photographs flying. His hands grabbed at my jacket, pulling me down. I twisted, shoving him off. He scrambled to his feet faster than I expected, his breath coming in quick gasps. "I didn't want to do this," he muttered. He charged again. This time I was ready. I swung, my fist connecting with his jaw. He staggered back, but not for long. His eyes were wide, wild, like an animal backed into a corner. I didn't give him a chance to recover. I grabbed the nearest chair and swung it, knocking him off balance. He hit the ground hard. For a moment, neither of us moved. His chest rose and fell in sharp, ragged breaths. And then he started laughing. Low at first, then louder. I stepped away, my hands shaking. He grinned up at me, blood on his lip. "This isn't over," he whispered. I didn't stay to find out what he meant. I ran. Out of the apartment, down the stairs, into the street. By the time I got home, I was already on the phone with the police. When they arrived at 2B, the apartment was empty. No photographs, no furniture, nothing. It was as if he had never been there. I moved out of town the next day. I changed my number. I wiped my accounts. But I still feel it. That sense that someone is just out of sight. That if I check my accounts too closely, I'll find a charge I don't remember making. That one day, I'll open my email and see a message waiting. From me. "You shouldn't have come looking for me. I'm still here." For context, I'm a middle-aged man living on the outskirts of Whitford, a quiet market town in northern England. My house sits at the end of a long country lane, the last in a row of older stone-built homes. There's a railway track that runs behind my back garden, though it's mostly freight trains and the occasional late-night passenger service. From my bedroom window, I can see Whitford Station, its dim orange glow barely illuminating the empty platform at night. It's convenient, really work in the city, so I never miss the morning train. I know the schedule by heart. That's why I was so confused when I first noticed the 2:42 train on Wednesday, 3rd May. It woke me up. I sleep lightly, always have, and the distant rumble of wheels on steel pulled me from a restless dream. Groggy, I sat up in bed, turned toward the window, and peered through the blinds. A single carriage train had stopped at the station. No logo, no branding, just a dull gray exterior, its windows completely black. No passengers, no driver, no station announcements. I frowned. There was number 242 service. The last scheduled train passed at 11:58 p.m., and the next one wasn't due until 5:15 a.m. I watched for a moment longer, expecting it to pull away. It didn't. It just sat there humming faintly under the flickering platform lights. Then, after exactly 30 seconds, it moved. No engine roar, no clatter of tracks, just a smooth, silent glide until it disappeared into the night. I checked the schedule online, nothing. I assumed it was some unscheduled maintenance service. Still, I made a mental note of it and went back to sleep. But the next night, it happened again. And the night after that, I watched the 2:42 train every night for a week, always stopping for precisely 30 seconds, always empty. It never made a sound except for the faint hum of its idling engine. I asked around. Nobody else had noticed it, not my co-workers, not the handful of neighbors I had. Even the guy at the ticket office looked at me like I was mad when I asked about a 2:42 train. So I started keeping notes. 2:42 a.m., train arrives. 2 hours 42 minutes and 30 seconds a.m., train departs. No passengers, no driver, no sound. I even took pictures, but every time I looked at them in the morning, they were completely black. I posted about it online, trying to find some explanation. Most people ignored me, but one comment stood out. "Don't board it." That was it, no context, just that warning. I shrugged it off. I wasn't planning on stepping onto a mystery ghost train in the middle of the night. But then came Tuesday, 16th May. That night, the train arrived as usual, but as I lay in bed, watching from the safety of my window, I heard something that made my stomach drop. A scream. Not a distant, muffled sound, not something carried on the wind. It was clear, raw, panicked. Somebody was inside the train. I bolted upright, my heart hammering. The scream cut off abruptly, leaving only the soft hum of the idling engine. I stared at the train, my gut twisted. For the first time in weeks, I felt genuinely afraid. I reached for my phone, no signal. I checked the Wi-Fi, disconnected. I flicked the bedside lamp, nothing. My entire house had lost power. That was when I noticed something else. Outside, beyond the station, the entire town was dark. No streetlights, no houses glowing in the distance. Just blackness. It was as if the world had stopped. I hesitated. Every part of my brain screamed at me to stay inside, to ignore whatever was happening out there. But that scream, I couldn't pretend I hadn't heard it. I grabbed a flashlight, threw on a coat, and stepped out into the night. The air was thick and still, too quiet. I walked down the garden path, my breath loud in the silence. The distant hum of the train felt wrong, like it was vibrating through my chest. I reached the station. The train doors were open. The interior was pitch black. I stood there, flashlight trembling in my grip. I thought of that comment, "Don't board it." But someone had screamed. Someone was in there. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The second my foot touched the metal floor, the doors slammed shut. I spun around, yanking at the handle, locked. The lights flickered to life. And then I saw her. A girl no older than 8, sitting alone at the far end of the carriage. She had long black hair, and she was wearing a white dress stained with dirt. Her face was buried in her hands, her shoulders trembling. I took a cautious step forward. "Hey, are you all right?" I asked. No response. I swallowed hard. My pulse thumped in my throat. I took another step, closing the distance between us. "Are you hurt? Do you need help?" She stopped shaking. Then, in a whisper so soft I barely heard it, "You shouldn't have gotten on." My flashlight flickered and died. Darkness swallowed us whole. Then, from the far end of the carriage, a sound. Low, wheezing breaths. Slow, deliberate footsteps. Coming closer. I turned my head toward the aisle, heart hammering. The dim emergency lights cast faint shadows, just enough to see something moving. A figure. Tall, wrong. It moved in unnatural jerks, its elongated limbs dragging against the seats. The girl lifted her head. I saw her face. Her eyes were black holes. Her lips curled into a sad, knowing smile. "You can't leave now," she whispered. The figure lunged. I threw myself backward, scrambling toward the door, my hands hammered against the glass, my breath ragged. "Let me out! Let me out!" The train lurched forward. The last thing I saw before the world blurred was the girl watching me, and the shadow crawling closer. The train wasn't stopping. Outside, the world blurred not like normal motion, but as if reality itself was melting, warping, shifting in ways my mind couldn't comprehend. It wasn't just speed, it was wrong. I slammed my fists against the door, my breath sharp and ragged. "Stop the train, let me off." The girl stayed seated, her small hands neatly folded in her lap. Her dark eyes never blinked. "You can't leave yet," she said softly. The thing in the aisle, the shadow with limbs too long, too jagged, was crawling closer. Its hunched form scraped against the ceiling, its breath a horrible wet rasp. It didn't hurry. It didn't need to. I stumbled backward, my body pressed against the door. My hands shook as I searched for something, anything to defend myself. My flashlight was dead. My phone had no signal. The emergency hammer. There, bolted next to the window. I lunged for it, yanking the small red-handled hammer free. My fingers tightened around it, my breath coming in gasps. The creature stopped. It cocked its head at an unnatural angle, as if it had never seen someone fight back before. Then it laughed. A dry, rattling sound like bones scraping together. I didn't wait. I raised the hammer and swung. The window shattered. Cold air rushed in as glass sprayed into the carriage. The wind howled, pulling at my clothes, tugging me toward the open void. For a split second, I thought I could make it. Jump, tumble, roll, escape. Then the girl stood. "Don't." It wasn't a command, it wasn't a threat, it was a plea. The way she said it, I hesitated, just for a second. And in that second, the thing grabbed me. Its fingers weren't fingers, just cold, stretching tendrils that wrapped around my wrist, around my shoulder, my chest. It yanked me back into the train with impossible strength, slamming me onto the floor. Pain exploded through my ribs, my lungs emptied. I struggled, twisting, trying to break free, but the thing's grip only tightened. I turned my head, gasping, and saw the girl watching me. Not scared, not amused, just watching. Like she had seen this happen before. The train rattled, the walls trembling like they were barely holding together. The overhead lights flickered wildly, casting the creature's writhing form in half light, half shadow. I knew what would happen next. I wouldn't leave this train. I would vanish. I would become one of the missing people you hear about on the news. Just another unsolved case, a name that fades from memory. Unless I broke the cycle. With the last of my strength, I twisted my body, swinging the hammer again. This time, not at the window. At the girl. She flinched, just a flicker of surprise. And the creature screamed. A sound that shook the entire train, splitting metal, shattering lights. Everything exploded. The train, the windows, The seat-saw of it shattered into a storm of glass and shadows. I felt myself falling, not forward, not backward, just falling. The girl's voice echoed, "Run." Then, impact. A rush of air. I hit the ground, hard. My body skidded against rough gravel, pain jolting up my spine. The world wasn't moving anymore. I coughed, blinking against the sharp, early morning light. I was on the tracks. Cold steel rails stretched out before me. Behind me, nothing. No train, no wreckage. Just empty, silent railway tracks. I was alive. I groaned, rolling onto my back. My ribs screamed in protest. My palms were scraped raw. I forced myself to sit up, looking around. Whitford Station was ahead. The sun was rising. I turned toward the horizon, my breath catching. The station clock read 5:13 a.m. I had made it. I climbed to my feet, staggering toward the platform. My legs were shaking, my lungs burned. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The 2:42 train was gone, and I knew somehow that it would never come back. The first thing I did when I got home was lock every door and window. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. My entire body ached, and my mind wouldn't stop replaying the night over and over again. The shadow, the train, the girl. Who was she? Why did she warn me in the end? I don't know. I don't think I ever will. But I do know one thing. The train had been waiting for me. And if I had stayed on it, if I hadn't fought back, I would have been lost forever. It took me a while to get back to some kind of normal. I moved away, not far, just to the city, somewhere with people, noise, life. I never spoke about what happened. Who would believe me? But sometimes, late at night, when I close my eyes, I hear it. A distant hum. Not from a car, not from the city. From tracks that no longer exist. A train that no longer runs. A train that I refuse to remember. The bus pulled away, leaving me stranded in front of a rundown convenience store, regretting every decision that led me here. The late afternoon sun hung low in the sky, stretching long, jagged shadows across the cracked pavement. The gas station wasn't much faded signage, rusted fuel pumps, and a flickering neon open sign barely clinging to life. I had landed this job out of necessity, not choice. My shift started at 5 p.m. and lasted until 1 a.m. Not ideal, but rent wasn't going to pay itself. My boyfriend had promised to pick me up most nights, but the idea of waiting alone in the dead of night still made me uneasy. I pushed open the glass door, triggering a tinny bell chime overhead. The inside smelled of stale air, expired snacks, and cheap cleaner. The shelves were cluttered with dusty candy bars, off-brand sodas, and overpriced motor oil. Behind the counter stood the angriest-looking man I had ever seen. He hunched over the register, scowling at the screen like he was one wrong beep away from smashing it to pieces. A crooked name tag on his shirt read, "Carl, Manager." I approached cautiously. "Hey, You're Aaron?" He barely glanced up. "Yeah." Carl grunted, jerking his thumb toward the back. "Lockers are behind the stockroom. Use Mason's." I hesitated. "I'm sharing?" "Nah, he's gone. Let's just say he was slow in the head, kept screwing up orders, mumbling nonsense all the time. We thought he was going to be a cheap hire, but he cost us more than he was worth. Useless." I clenched my jaw but nodded. "All right." Before I could walk away, the bell jingled again. A man in a faded trucker cap and flannel jacket stepped inside, balancing two small packages. He turned toward me, offering a friendly smile. "You must be the new hire," he said in a light southern drawl. I returned the smile, relieved to see at least one decent person here. "Yeah, I just started." "Good to meet you." He set the packages down on the counter and extended a hand. "I'm Tim. Do deliveries here a few times a day, but most of the time it's just you and Carl." He glanced at the manager, then back at me, lowering his voice. "Bless your heart," he muttered with pity, then left. Carl ignored him completely. I forced a tight-lipped smile and headed to the back. The locker room was cramped and stale, barely more than a glorified storage closet. Two lockers sat against the wall labeled Tim and the other Mason. I pulled open Mason's locker, ready to toss my coat inside. And that's when I saw it. A small, battered notebook wedged into the back corner. Its cover was worn, edges curled, pages yellowed from use. I flipped through it absent-mindedly. Most of the pages were filled with doodle stick figures, swirling patterns, tiny animals. But the very first page was different. A grid, boxes and lines drawn with heavy strokes. It almost looked like a map. I squinted, recognizing the layout. It was the store. Each aisle was marked out in neat rows, the break room, the stock room, the locker room, all there. But there was something extra. An additional room, shaded in, attached to the locker room. I frowned. That wasn't right. The gas station had 3 back rooms. There wasn't a 4th. I glanced up, staring at the wall across from me. A filing cabinet stood against it, covered in old paperwork and stacked cardboard boxes. Curious, I nudged it forward. Just a solid wall. Then I heard footsteps. Approaching the locker room. I quickly shoved the cabinet back into place and turned as Carl stepped into the doorway. He leaned against the frame, eyes scanning the room before settling on me. "Your boyfriend's here," he muttered. I forced a nod. "Right, thanks." Carl didn't move as I walked past him. I could feel his gaze following me the entire way out. For the next week, something about that filing cabinet nagged at me. I never moved it again, but every time I walked into the locker room, my eyes drifted toward it. I told myself it was nothing, until I noticed something about Tim. Most days he brought deliveries straight to the stockroom. That made sense. But every few nights, he'd take large boxes into the locker room. He always came out empty-handed, and whenever I checked after he left, the packages were nowhere to be found. One evening, I saw him carrying another mystery box toward the back. "Hey, Tim," I called casually. He stopped mid-step, forcing a smile. "Evenin'." "What's in the boxes?" His expression didn't falter, but I caught the slight shift in his stance. "Just extra inventory." He turned, taking the package toward the stockroom instead. But when I left that night, I saw him again. This time he was walking toward the locker room with the same box. That night, I moved the cabinet again. The wall wasn't just a wall. A faint square outline was carved into the floor. At one end of the square, a keyhole. My heart pounded as I pressed my foot against it. The square shifted. It wasn't just a marking. It was a trapdoor. Footsteps echoed from the store. I shoved the cabinet back into place. Carl stood near the register watching me. "Slow night?" His voice was flat. I nodded, swallowing hard. "Yeah." His eyes lingered on me for too long. I turned back to the counter, forcing myself to act normal. A few days later, my boyfriend pulled up to take me home. As I climbed into the car, I saw Tim unloading a large package from his van. For some reason, I couldn't look away. Then I saw inside the van stacks of sealed boxes, a clipboard sitting on top. I stepped closer. Liver X10, heart X6, Kidneys, 212. The realization hit me like a freight train. Tim looked up. Our eyes met. His face twisted from surprise to pure, unfiltered rage. He dropped the package and sprinted toward me. I ran faster, jumped into the car. Drive, now. The police found the hidden basement beneath the locker room. Carl and Tim were arrested. The gas station was a front for organ trafficking. But the worst part? Mason, the disabled man who once worked here, he was arrested too. Not because he was innocent, because he had been caught stealing from their supply and eating them.